Oh, you know, I have a person, two people. I just got caught wind. Two people are accusing me of stuff. It's really three if you really want to be technical. See, I was debating on streaming today. It's kind of like I had to set KB straight this morning because I have a friend trying to orchestrate something. He's a person who gets me content occasionally. See, I found a new anti-Eric type. Well, he's going to start off as an anti-renowned type. Now, me, I would rather be game. Okay? Seriously. Then I have magic decks I gotta put together. I had to put restock some singles that were gonna be really low, but they're very expensive, or going to be expensive for Final Fantasy. Because the re-up on Final Fantasy is going to be fucking expensive as hell. Okay? Yeah. Boxes went up, by the way. I mean, prices didn't. So, it was just released Friday, you know? Then I had to go pull stuff for decks myself. But then again, these are hobby things. People don't do hobby things. I mean, me, and then I had to catch up on Godfather of Godfather of Harlem. Now, what's funny about this is I've had a very eventful thing because I had to do do a stream the other day, and now I got this. Meanwhile, I'm just getting live updates from retards who think I'm on Twitter. I hate Twitter. I hate Reddit. I never log into the place. I never log into Facebook even. I think I logged into my Facebook for like the first time for like the monthly visit because I hate the place or I don't have the reason. Oh boy. I don't know. See, I was debating on getting out because I know if I do a gaming stream, I'm gonna be here for 8 hours. I don't want to. Maybe even 4. But I am watching from afar. I mean, it's funny. Honestly, I'm waiting on an answer that I already know. I already warned my friend it's going to happen. The new idiot's gonna just dodge because he has to use his black friend or who got shot with a bounty hunter from Ohio. So the newest, see, I was able to discover Chris Bacon very early. Very, very early did I discover Chris Bacon. Because, little known secret, I'm a good reader of people. It's like gay beans. If I helped gay beans become a more of a radical biased retard, I send him on the way. People don't understand. Me, I kind of got out of the drama business. Yes, the temple. Yes, very much the fucking case here. Micromanaging this shit is so annoying. See, I've just been doing this, right? Like, you think this is simple here? I've just been fast forwarding this. I think it's funny to me. Like, Baki's an unemployed loser. Gay Beans is spending his evening not watching his wife get cucked by that bull. You gotta understand. People are different, huh? People are unique. Me? Ah. And what I do? I got better shit to do. Honestly. But, that aside, I'll have to fill that in. I actively pulled for Algea. Controversial take, I know. Why did I pull for basically Algea? Algea. Okay, Algea is not going to be, I think, re-offered again, but the downside to Cypher The downside to actually Cypher, right, is you need her at a 170 speed, okay? But the downside, that's the downside to her to really make her work. And then we got Algea is a little bit better, but it's actively her problem is she's remembrance. Okay? Remembrance is just like Yuxuan here. Yuxuan can only do rupture. Well, technically her core is rupture. So, go figure. No. I mean, you gotta understand. It is the dumbest resource known to man. Now, I mean, granted, if you so choose, like, micromanaging the temple is, you have to have, like, oh god. I'm not saying this is awful. This is definitely one of those things of, okay, if I stick these on the akin to about 15 minutes, might no. Yeah. I just fucking look at it. Honestly. Don't test. Yeah. It takes what? How am I at to the next level anyways? 2.2, so I'm already there. Yeah, I'm already there. Yep, I'm already there. Good, good. Cobalt magnet, right? It's about cobalt magnet? Cobalt magnet. Cobalt magnet, huh? It's funny, you know? You gotta realize, people are special ed, man. They're worse. See, I don't have to do anything. I can just lay traps everywhere. I mean, to be honest, as I had to explain to Gay Beans is legit psychotic. Like, Gay Beans, by all shit fucking means, dude. That dude, like, these people see petard and everywhere underneath the tree, bro. Like, these people, like, there's something to them. I think, like, okay. Special education is not the word for them. I mean, technically, I would not put on that. The look, and it's an insult to special education children. You know. Again, I think the newest Ripetard, I'm not Ripetard, but the newest Detractard is a 47-year-old bail bondsman that apparently, I don't know, I guess when you sleep and when you do stuff, you just don't pay attention to the world for a while. I swear, every time I leave Twitter for like, I don't check it for nothing. Myself? This is always the curse, by the way. I mean, I have an alt account that no one knows about. I usually doom scroll Twitter just because. I mean, it's not a healthy, it's not really not a healthy activity. But it's not a healthy activity. But right now, it's been mainly, I've been trying to see if I want to. I'm actually waiting on a lot of, like, streams to. I need, like. See, okay. The problem is when you stream with others, you ask, you have to either wait for them or you have to play the game and hope people show. Unfortunately, I call that the most massive bitch in the world. So, I'm either in the quandary, do I cover it or I just ignore it for reasons. Give or take, right? Look, I probably missed the entire hypothetical window for, I missed the entire window for Andor coverage. Oh, Lord. See, I find, again, with the seeds, again, if I do talk to this Anthony, Tony, whatever the fuck he wants to call him, right? It's gonna be fine. I would love to pick his fucking brain. I mean, there's gotta be something about people who get attracted to being detractors or people who hate Eric July. I have. They have to have brain damage. They legit have to have brain damage. There's nothing to it. They have brain damage. Least. Like, there's this certain section, right? So, granted, you know, my friend spots them sometimes. I look at them, but, like, I'll tune in. I spotted it about 24 hours later than someone else did. But the interesting part is, the dude's a retard. Now, my friend's probably gonna block him at 12 p.m. I mean, 12 a.m., I should say. That's why he left that timer. I'm going to be done with him. Because, look, Tony, Simbel or Sylvester can talk, but he's that stereotypical, like, he's an ex-boxer, ex-MMA. Somehow, look, most of us aren't knaves. He somehow found a way, like, I've kept track of what was said, but there's too many tweets going back and forth to keep track of it all. But from what I'm gathering is, and I'll get a full breakdown eventually, but he's probably going to be worse than Chris Bacon. But the dude's a tard. The dude's a legit retard, by the way. It's not like I have to ask. I'm just like, oh, the fuck? Can you not give me better? Guys, this is supposed to be better disc farming my ass. See, we only get 2 of these a day, I guess. God. I told my friend about this, but yeah. I told one of my other ones, I'm like, hey, we can farm discs. No, we're gonna hate it. Here's your time to get discs. You ain't gonna get a goddamn thing you want. Unfortunately. I'm on a hunt for a 5 Aether, basically. I need a 5 Aether, 4%. Now, one can dream, ironically, one can dream, but that shit ain't gonna fucking happen. I mean, I can pretty much tell you it ain't gonna happen. It needs to be gold. See, I have one that has HP, but in in reality, I need like a 6. So if I get the 6 discs. The interesting part here is I watch in heated. But I can guarantee the clown ain't gonna respond. But I'll probably go out and about, though. I mean, to be honest, if the Sylvester guy wishes to talk, though, for real, I'll probably do it myself. Because little does he know. It's gonna be fun. See, can you imagine being the internet tough guy that wants to beat people up? I guess a 47-year-old man who's an ex-wrestler, an ex-jock from high school, never caught the word that you shouldn't be a bully. Uh, really? One can dream. Like, you know, the typical sign of a detractor, I hate to tell you, is... What is this mess? What is it? I'll leave that one. I'll leave that one. What is that? 5? Is it a 5? Hell, you fucking... Gross! Gross, gross, gross. Eh. Again, the idea they cope and seethe and they dilate it, man. I personally... I just literally have to... I'm more or less astonished how retarded people truly are. I mean, I got my own priorities. I mean, granted, I got Baki seeing things he sees me underneath or rocks. I mean, I don't care the man has a fucking hint. He's a casual hentai enjoyer because he's too stupid to... Bro's probably so dumb that he fucking keeps his, like, passwords the same. Man, can you imagine? Then I apparently got the word, apparently. Why am I crashing out? Bro, I'm not even on Twitter. Be honest, if I've been reading anything on Twitter, I've been reading all about the political stuff. It's more interesting, to be honest. It's a lot more interesting than the fucking Comicsgate problem. I mean, me, I don't care about Richard Embry getting fucked over. No offense to him. Look, if he's gonna come to salvation, he'll come to salvation. I mean, let's be clear. If he's gonna come to salvation, he probably will. But at this point, eh, he won't do it. It's be a shield. See, but I mean, I caught Gabe Beans crashing out. I caught the Anthony guy crashing out too. See, I'm debating on turning that. If he does become a major, like, locale, I'll pretty much nail him and peg him ahead of time as I fucking did, damage. Let's go here. So if he does, I'll already have documents prepared to have him be Chris Bacon 2.0. So, I mean, that's what he looks like he's going to be, but stupider and broker. I mean, what? You can't force an idiot to come drink. That's the issue. But, you know, you gotta realize this really far. Yes. Like a price difference, 80%. Purified. Oh god. 2 combats. That's gonna be better. Hmm. But yes, it's gonna be fun as fuck, my friend. See, if I can see, I was able to identify Chris Bacon. I guess the Sly Guy is gonna be Chris Bacon 2.0. It's gonna be fun. Me personally, I don't give a fuck. New CG can burn and cut each other's throats for all that matters. I just don't really care enough about them. Eh. See, negativity is not good on a channel. Oh, 6-1 half a dozen. Yep. Everyone's like, I need to level her. One day. I think I'm gonna have enough. I gotta level my soldier 11. It's probably gonna be my project for when I get a lot about. So when I get back up to about 1200 to 2000 energy, maybe. I mean, I think I'm gonna have enough. I think I have her sitting at 40, but I need her W core leveled. That's gonna take a lot more. It's more or less the materials than anything else. So, my day has just been chilling. I've been looking at the political situation in the world. See, I have those streams lined up, but I'm like, it's the days to do them. See, I have like my target times I stream. 6-1, half a dozen, you know. And I didn't feel like streaming on the weekend. But a lot of it happens every damn time I either switch to, like, if I go to late night grinding of any kind, I flip a night switch schedules. Ugh. Perhaps that has a tendency to happen with Diablo 4. And I forget the world exists. Let's see. People crashing out. Oh god. I mean, these people are insane. Yeah, apparently all the Superman doomsayings coming out. So what the fuck? That's either gonna be the most magnificent film or that's gonna be the worst shit in the world. Why are retards so stupid? You know, predictable people. I'm gonna say this. Crabs in a bucket, right? We all know how that story goes. You can't talk. People can't talk to me normal, right? I'm gonna say this. If you can't talk to me roughly normal or people similar to me, like I'm of the type of a logistics brain. Look, if people waste people's time, this is general rule like that. I don't like people like people who waste my time find it. I don't want to talk like honestly, I don't understand why you have to talk to dipshit number one. You got to talk to three of his friends. The man's all about the 1v1, right? That doesn't suit me. I don't want to talk to his buddy who looks like an emaciated, drugged out skeleton. The issue is between two parties. Because the meeting is being set up for me. I don't understand. The man can't handle a person on a 1v1. Because he needs his buddy. No one cares. The thing is, no one's going to get views. I don't got time for that. The dude's a 47 years old. He's 47 years old. Because I can read him like a book. Because every detractor pretty much is a fat loser, by the way. 6'1", half a dozen the other. They're all the same. You don't go around fucking with people. Waste my time. No one fucking cares. Because I lose interest when I'm dealing with people. Look, if you're gonna fuck around, waste my time, whether it's a video game or in real life, I don't deal with it. Honestly, if I have to go out of my way, I'll pay extra. Honestly, that's probably why, I forget how broken this lineup is. I don't really need the 5/8 disc. The 5/8 disc is a plus. You gotta understand. It just is more broken. But in the way I have her set up to be a days god, basically this lineup is Aether basically days out of the royal ass. Why? Yep. But then again, though, I sometimes ask. But then again, you realize I overtuned both Astro Yao and I over. Now her crit damage is a little lower than it should be, but that's not where I shine. I don't care about the crit damage on Yushuang. I should, but I make up for that in damage and sheer force. And but there's also I find too when people say they're successful on YouTube. Apparently his buddy was like a real famous thing, so the Frank guy is kind of famous, but I don't know what he has to do with the whole Eric July shit. I don't understand what that's all about. I don't understand what his buddy does. Why do you gotta drag? First, rule of thumb when you're dealing in conflict. Can I give this the hint, people? Do not drag your friends into shit. Do not drag them out. First off, your friends want nothing to do with your war. My friends want nothing to do with my war. Honestly, it's like when I go Captain Ahab on people, so to speak. It's the allegory of Captain Ahab and the whale. I usually keep my friends out of it because if they get in the way, they're going to either catch flack or technically they want no part in it. Because it's for the acumen, right? It's not a pretty picture. Me on an actual war footing is probably the worst someone can ever do. Because look, I'm a nice, calm individual generally. But I'm going to be the coldest motherfucker you can find. And I'm going to cut you to your core when I get a chance. See, as I said, disingenuous people irk me to no end. This is why I purified my ranks. Shitty choices. Really bad choices there. Geppetto? Oh, I think I got Geppetto. I think I'm on the Geppetto story. Did I choose? Is mine locked to Geppetto for the reasons of the story? I think so. Geppetto's a fine boss. Not the worst. He's okay. It's just boring. Geppetto's a boring boss to fight. God forbid. Why, and I'm going to repeat this, do people have to have multiple people? The problem, eventually people are going to have to address the issue with panel content. Panel content, right, is not productive in YouTube in the long term. I mean, it makes it highly dependent upon people. No, but it also means you have to have the charisma to carry your own shit. Now, me and I think LG can do it, but it's like, but if you're a lone wolf person, you can kind of carry teams. But again, I think the people are idiots. Again, the one stupid. This is purified. Yeah, purify special attacks 2 crit damage. God, what shitty choices. These are all bad choices. Not good ones. Luckily, I don't need it, though. I don't need these things. But it's like, oh, you do shit. You don't do shit, bro. Like, you're a people are losers, man. Like, everyone does this. They're like, they need attention. It's like Gay Beans. Gay Beans, when I say he needs attention, I think I kind of like, okay. Gay Beans kind of like, the term sticks from a bunch of people. Be, for the most part, kind of collectively amongst a bunch of us, but we call them Gay Beans. But, I don't know. I have other names for him. But, even he's boring to deal with now. Now it's not because it's like tired, just I feel like I just did this the other day. I didn't have any feel like I didn't have any respite between this shit. But then again, Sunday still I did I think I did this what Sunday? The problem is the shit starts feeling samey after about the time you do it. You gotta understand though, like people I look, honest to God, dude, I'm not gonna give people look, people as I say, do not give people good faith. Okay, go in, give people good faith. Right? The man literally like and I'm gonna say this. People who usually tout YouTube success, I can go look at our channel. They got like 5 people watching. It's barely their family or their friends. I check things out, right? People are just this way. They can go, oh, they can lie all fucking day. I'm like, okay, dude. So I found the one guy's main channel. I sent to my friend. I sent to him. Okay. The dude literally is so stupid. He's 47 years old. Uses the same username on every fucking platform. Every platform. The man looks like he skipped leg day. Okay? He is the top gorilla ball. It just looks fucking weird as hell. I mean, what? He's not fit. Nobody's about the laziest bounty hunter I've ever fucking seen. By the way. Yeah, it's Geppetto. Hello. Oh boy. if I've never said this boss is annoying because of the only way it gets damaged is that you have to destroy its minions. Basically break its tail and then ground it. Fuck off. I do not want this. And what's worse is I've seen that fucker just cozying up to, he's trying to cozy up to Comicsgate people. I'm like, what the fuck is, like, the Sylvester guy, like, he's slimier than hell. Like, he's just been shit-talking all morning, so, from what I have seen. I mean, personally, it's creepy to talk to someone like that. If you go into a negotiation like they're disingenuous. I don't like talking. I'm just weird like such. I mean, I'm not autistic like gay beings, but I just don't trust people. I mean, honestly, I have to ask too. Like, Frank's audience has nothing to do with it. You just don't jump into the corner of our internet. Like, the corner of our internet. Okay, if we do gaming, right? Part of the sphere. If you by proxy are part of Eric July's sphere or by that, you just don't jump over here. And no offense, I cannot stand panel content. I despise panel content. Anything more than like 4 people, maybe even 3 is uncomfortable for me. And that's only because it's unproductive. Like, it doesn't. It extends streams, it does that, tires per person out. It's good to have a co host. You know. But it's shit. In turn. But it also makes you very reliant on others. There you go, Geppetto. Go fuck off. Shit's always 11 minutes a week, sometimes 14. Fucking shit took longer. But that happens, right? Like, Geppetto's, I don't... I think they changed it, so... God, I didn't change. I didn't do to 65! I should have did 65. Motherfucker, I did. I knew something was off. I just did 65. what does it say? You don't open up negotiations in bad faith, right? You don't. Look, the thing is, you don't open up. Like, I mean, is that the trick? Double rewards not yet. Double rewards. That's bounty. So what are we talking about? A whole babysitting session. You know, I do say though. Apparently, gay beans is melting down on Twitter. I don't know. Can someone please teach retards what fucking crashing out means? Like, please? Like, look. I'm not. I'm all for, like. I'm literally all for just. You can have your own delusions of grandeur. The man. These people don't have any sense of identity or reality, so. I look at this like. People do not know what reality is. I look at it this way. It's kind of like. Reality is what it is. Uh, Honestly, a lot of the shit just never sleeps. But unfortunately, this is exactly how you have to, basically, you have to babysit this place. Or, like, if you go to sleep, hypothetically, you know you're gonna be out for like 6 hours. You could set bi-daily trends, and if you level up quick enough, you set this up, right? You set this up where the cell, you have all of this, and you're just getting ranks halfway through. Now, are the higher ranks slow as shit? Potentially. I got to here is pretty much just nicely put, is just pure hell. Oh. I just find it babysitting, so give or take. We basically babysit. It's kind of what the main thing is. It's more than anything else. It's just a babysitting simulator. There's two ways to do it. When you're first doing it, you're doing it by 3 for have it to go for exploration, then you're breaking it. I went and switched my team up in here. Got kind of boring. I wanted to see how this team would function. This is one of my other lineups. Granted, I have, like, quite a few. See, Kaisar is going to be re-offered on the 6th, on the next patch, so... No, nothing here. So there's like a limit to... The only thing I hate, though, it's like this artificial limit into what you can farm a day. So, like, high alloys, there's a limit. That's what's used. It's used for the other ones. It takes, like... So, if you're buying resources a week, I'm assuming, like, you can get, like, 200 or 300 a day. So you have luminescent ore, which is in the beginning, and then you can just run through here. Honestly, this is just the... And this is just like the other one. See, these always stay up. I think that this area is always... I've at least found, even if I cleared out the major encounter, this thing always spawns, so... But it's also farmable, so give or take. So you get rid of the big one, and you kill the small ones, which technically should clear it up. This is like your little chore tasks. Quite honestly, it's more annoying than anything else. I put it up there with, like, Genshin has theirs too. It's like a daily ones. So here it's like you do this. So it's part of the other. And see, the other thing I'm finding is it's so weird with the Puritans in new CG. I mean, they're so funny in their Puritans. Like, I have determined at some point that... So, the liberal purity spiral does turn in on itself, eventually. It turns on itself. Apartments. Yeah. I'm just kind of curious what the man is baiting bullshit on, though. If you're trying to bait versus annoy, what is your actual goal? If your actual goal is a conversation, that's not a good way to actually set it up. It's like me. I don't want to deal with people. Honestly, there's people who do video content more. Like, look, I hate doing video content. I mean, I can do it. Oh god, it's a bitch. Cutting it up afterwards is the downside. Now, but there's also the whole thing. You can just take your larger streams and cut them down. I really should start chaptering stuff. Like, if I think I do bigger games now, I'll probably do chaptering. But, like, oh, come on. Why don't you die? Really? I don't know what this... Actually, I've been trying to figure out what those do. Like, there's little weird puzzles. Like, there's little weird interacts in this part. But it serves no purpose. Like, it literally does nothing at the moment. But if you check it out, it says, oh, there's a switch or something that you hit. So, give or take. But I think a lot of people, though, it's like, you can't explain to people the art of negotiation. It's one of those tricks you have to either learn or do by trial and error. You can be a student with it, but in reality, it's more or less it annoys. I would be lying if I didn't say the diplomatic process drives me insane half the time. If I am negotiating myself, that's a different story. Now, if I am just... Why does this area still have miasma? Weird. Like, why does that area have the miasma glow when it doesn't? Strange. Pretty easy. Just, man, I hate that. You have to run through this shit. Just make sure to see if you get through the items. That's how you actually get. That's actually how you get the extra parts for the week. You want the real deep end grinding, it's going to be less the selling and then the more the crafting, so. Which is the problem. Crafting isn't as bad as much as if you follow it. So, again, part of the whole babysitting the temple bit. But we will see. Unfortunately, I am not rogue. Fine art and negotiation annoys the piss out of me. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. Actually, my usually is philosophy in reverse. Prepare for the worst, hope for the best. If you cannot trust certain individuals, If I go for click clear, I have a different lineup, so. Hence why I say Days meta is a real thing. See, I pulled Soldier 11 for my free one, but like, technically, I didn't need her. But she's the only one of the year one free ones for the that I never had. So, bear in mind. But basically, she goes hand in hand with Evelyn. But Evelyn is, But if I plan to pull Orphe, I need to have Soldier 11, though. I usually complain that high levels in this game are retarded. I complain about how easy some of the easy level content is. Hard, at least, in perspective. But a lot of this is... Like, this area is designed like APHO is. So... But a lot of this is just setting her up correctly. Because all these people, you just have to set up correctly. Once they're set up, I never have to fuck with them. Kaisar, as I said, the first time she's being reoffered is going to be on the next... Is actually going to be on the next banner. Next banner is going to be the first time she has been reoffered... I would say the first time she's been reoffered all year. In fact. It's going to be the first time. And the thing about it is, she is the ultimate defense. But the problem is, she's coming on the back of Jufufu. Just as they re-released Astro Yell on the back end of... They released Astro Yell on the back end of Fushuan. I don't know why you would release two powerful characters on the back end of one character, because... Like, okay. Hypothetically, everyone, if you lose your 50-50s, right, you're going to pull first. You don't stick the Void Hunter on the front end. If you assume, right, you stick the Void Hunter on the front end. Now, hypothetically, along with Astro, yeah. Now, being an anniversary event, sure. I mean, 5.0, like, it was 5.4 in Genshin, sorry, was a bitch, because they stuck both two powerful characters from Natlon onto the same banner. So it's not like, oh, you have a follow-up. Now, most people probably won't pull Kaisar. Now, depending on how people are, right? Most people are probably hypothetically pull Jufufu, which makes sense to pull Jufufu. If you are going to go... She's a fire stun, but surprisingly enough, I had a fear she was going to be as slow as Kalita, but she isn't as slow as Kalita. But she also has. What's hard to say is she has the weirdest play style. Like she has the Kalita play style, but she is fire stun. But she makes up for it in her days. So it's the weirdest thing. That's why I have puzzled sometimes with people. Puzzled, it's like, sure. Normal? Probably not. It, it's that weird thing. Because it's like with Mockingbird, a lot of people skipped. Uh, I think there was a lot of people with Mockingbird that skipped. They were going to skip Hugo. But I think Hugo would have been pulled more if, and I say if, you had one or two more versions. But we didn't get two more versions, so we're at like three versions. Because actually, so they went from 1.7 to 2.0. So here we go. That's the limit. Finally hit the fucking limit. I hit. Finally hit that fucking limit. I think that limit's like. I think it goes up with your level, but I'm not even sure about that. Oh, fuck you. Okay, what was I was gonna go do? Alright, see what I was gonna. Fucking hell. Ah, I was gonna go do that over there. I need to go talk to that person. I think it's one quest I haven't done. Hello, kitty cat. Yeah, but never know. Get to deal with washed up. Get to deal with washed up fucking stars, man. Jesus. Can you imagine, like washed up reality TV stars, man. Mm-hmm. Go. Hi. Kitty cat. But you are just being not just great. Wonderful. I have a feeling that that one dude is just running a fucking bait and switch troll. I really feel that way. I could be dead wrong, but I'm gonna trust him. You can't trust people right off. See, there's something weird. It's off about certain people. Again, I have to say, no one stumbles on to Rippaverse versus new CG without a reason, in reality. It's just nature. They don't stumble there. They don't stumble upon new CG. Wait, the only game I play that doesn't have the other. As you can see, I have my videos to process. My reflexes are slightly slower than they should be. The part of a good partnership in YouTube is if you have somebody who can edit content better, I have preferred. It was always kind of set up for me. Then again, what it's like having an access to an account is much of the point. I don't know. I'm kind of curious about people, though. Again, I think... Look, I would rather simul it on my own. See, if I did more editing videos, which I should do. I mean, it gets views, it's good on accounts, but man, is it fucking a bitch. With the little niche I have carved out for myself in YouTube. Okay, I'm in that weird place. I have to either keep drama off my main channel, or I have to keep it in a... Okay, if I hypothetical, my algorithm If you don't stream for a week, YouTube thinks you're dead. If I'm going into a longer debate to talk to dumb fucks, which I'm expecting this guy to be, because judging by his shit, he's either played everybody for attention, hypothetical, or he's just a future CG cultist because it's going to be funny. I find it interesting, and I can always rely on gay beans to relay messages. You know, like if it weren't for him, I wouldn't have the photo of Chris Bacon, the thumb still, with the Soska sisters. I mean, you gotta use your assets correctly, so to speak. And the thing about Gay Beans is he's a very valuable tool for me at times. I shouldn't say this out loud. Maybe one day he'll wise up and not be so stupid. But he can't help his own vanity. I mean, again, I mean, he's a valuable asset in the term that, honestly, he's one of the people. He's a shit stirrer for that side. So, knowing that, you can generally find out any information. Look at the movement of whatever Gay Beans is doing, and you find out what a lot of new CG does. But he can't help it, though. And I can say this, but Gay Beans would not understand that. Because the funny part about it is, keep your friends close, and your enemies closer. This is how this works. I stream from I would prefer to stream from my platform, but it works one or two ways. Like, my algorithm, the last thing it needs, because after, what's funny is, I think I told Gay Beans this. I literally have told Gay Beans this as well. Banning him on my channel was actually a growth in the numbers. And it was one of those things I kinda configured. It's well enough that there are days that I don't want to keep track of stuff, and I can just use him to keep track of everything. And he's also the easiest fucking sap in the world to make fun of and play. I mean, when someone says Stray Beans always needs attention, I mean, look, realistic. This is how I work. I mean, the biggest problem I have is, yes, I'm not in the mood for a long-term game. So, having a game that you can kind of chill and talk over with events is kind of beneficial. But see, the whole stuff with the Iran thing, it's like, I haven't caught up to... Okay, I'm caught up to the Iran parts of it. But I am not caught up to the Tucker Carlson interview, which apparently shot slingshots around the world. But then again, it's been a while since I've paid attention to that man. So, supposedly he gave a really damn good interview too. So, I guess if you hate Ted Cruz, it puts Ted Cruz on the spot. Because international politics is really weird. So Christians have a fundamental thing. Like, it's funny how it's like, I saw one excerpt from it, where Tucker Carlson asked basically Ted Cruz. But he also does the really, I think, deceptive thing as well, where it's, yes, Christians have a reason to protect Israel or protect the Jews by fundamental laws because they are God's chosen people. But Tucker Carlson says it as we don't question Israel. But here's the issue with the overall with the current Israel conflict. They are striking at Iran for their own survival. Now, again, Sargon called it like, basically, you don't, what's the phrase? Trump does not have control of his pit bull. It's a good way to say it. I mean, they run stuff past us, but it doesn't mean they listen. And to be honest, that's how they've always been. I mean, Black Sunday should have taught that to the world about. Thing is, Black Sunday should have taught that. And, of course, for history buffs, that was their retribution for terrorists killing their athletes. Mossad has no rules of engagement. Rules of engagement are kind of, well, you have formal. The thing is, you have formal rules of engagement, and then you also have rules that other people play by. The fuck? So what Israel is doing with Iran is supposedly it's killed two IRA leaders, it's killed the Joint Chief of Staff, and then they have killed up to supposedly 6 nuclear scientists. Now, hypothetically, this is because Israel said they had the potential weapons-grade plutonium to refine 9. Now, hypothetically, this has been true for a while. Now, they would have been a lot closer if fundamentally we had not given a virus to the Israelis about, I forget when it was actually. So we gave a virus unofficially to them. They smuggled it to an Iranian scientist who thought it was a USB drive, and it wound up blowing up the centrifuges. Sounds complicated, I know. Because they kept these facilities in, like... So a lot of times where you only know where the Iranian nuclear fission facilities are, they're built like... So they're like shacks above ground. Like... It's hard to describe. So they hollowed them out underground so we didn't see them. Some they built above ground. Because that's how we know about the Chinese ones. Because North Korea just used a mine until they collapsed it. But the Iranians have cave systems. They hollowed it out underneath the ground, basically. On a couple of them. And they have like these ventilation shafts that go to the surface. One, he figured out about the time era Bush was about the size of, say, about an NFL stadium in the middle of nowhere. Just don't know why. And it goes about a mile or two down. So we basically used uh we basically used a we had to give them bunker busters, politely put. So US gave plausible deniability that we well, technically we had to, because I don't know how they're supposedly killing them, but Mossad is also the people who invented the plan that somehow they killed a bunch of people with pagers. So Hamas decided to go old school with pagers. Somehow, Mossad got a hold of this pager shipment and put plastic explosive in there. In a couple of them. And trackers, so they all knew where they went. Which is still the coup of the year, but like a Hamas guy had his dick blown off, literally. Another one just straight up died because it looked like little mini, like it was enough like plastic explosives just to. It maimed a few of them, but it killed a large bunch of them. But that's one thing. You never, ever, ever misunderestimate those people. And they're also the only people next to us and other people who keep their eyes on their friends as much as they keep their eyes on the enemy. So, the concept of. But then again, Israel believes, by their own rhetoric, on Iran's own rhetoric, that they're minutes to midnight. So. And if Israel can act and take it out, they in turn are going to do it. That's because that's just nature of how Israelis are. And if the danger worse is actually just Iran just smuggles out a suitcase bomb, that's all you need. You don't really need anything else. Then again, they're kind of like they're not as smart as North Korea. North Korea could actually use theirs as a leveraging bargaining chip. But we only seize it if they ever try to take it through the rest of the world. There's been shipments we seized, we found. It's like, why missile parts? So, it's an interesting time over there. It's far more interesting than dealing with gay beans and gay comicscape drama, you know. Actual world events go on. Chess pieces are being moved. Don't know why. Which is strange. And that's never a good sign in this type of era. I mean, when you start moving around too big of chess pieces, it just. You gotta ask those questions. So. Again, really fun. That's what I'm gonna do, right? I have to go do that one. You're gonna be an asshole, right? I have to feed you, don't I? Because you're in my face. Yes. Yes, you are. Because I like how people don't go for the owns. Like, I find, like, I don't know, I'm in a weird spot. Like, I have games I want to complete. Like, I might just stream Genshin on my channel just for hell of it. But it also, I need to finish it. I need to get the story caught up. Stretch a second. That's because. Yeah, so are you guys hungry? Yes, you guys. Bobby. Use your boyfriend's platforms? Yeah. See, I'm pretty much exhausted. I think I've exhausted almost all of the crafting in this one. Like, as far as refining goes, I just need this to like 100. Then I gotta get this one there. Here. And, ugh. As I said, this is just. Look, I don't like this one bit. See, this is like micromanagement. Like, long term management would be like the easiest solution for this. But there's just no way to automate it. But it's like a really good just AFK mode, to be honest. I don't like it. It's like HSR is fucking AFK central, you know? So I'll call these fucking back and I'll fucking send them on for like 6 hours. I think I'll send them on for 6 hours after that point. I'll just send them up for 6 hours. Should be good. Like 6 hours? Eh. I mean, 6 hours is a pretty big lock, so. See, one good thing I can always rely on. See, I wouldn't be good at my job or figuring out shit if, and I say if, I didn't know how to read people. And quite honestly, reading people has been a specialty of mine for all my entire life. The problem, like people like gay beans, they're very open and obvious. That kind of makes it work, but also makes it very boring. When they're psychotic, it's no different. I mean, I don't like dealing with gay beans, bro. Like, look, there's a point I would not mind talking to gay beans, but like, it's like talking to someone with Trump derangement syndrome. You're gonna hate their guts. Like, I've seen what that man's been doing. I'm like, okay. I'm over here playing Doom. I'm over here playing something, and the next thing I know, I'm hearing like, I gotta farm her discs out. By the way, ugh, her dialogue is very bland. See, if this weren't the last week, this is the last week. I need, what is it? One more week. This will be the last week I need for the discs or the materials for her. Think about Soldier 11. She's special in a way. She's both good and bad at the same time. Very beneficial. But as far as her attack patterns, very, very bland. Ah, yeah, and this they randomize, so you never really know what you're getting now. It doesn't really make a difference. But it's also good news for MiHoYo fans. Supposedly, the SAG VA strike's supposedly over. Just in time to do the VA work for potentially 6.0. So, but it's not going to be enough into 5.7 probably, or 5.8 of Genshin. So, which is still not going to work. So, ZZZ is one of the few they retained a lot of the contracts for. Genshin has a lot of, I think it's Genshin and I know parts of the new content for the other games. Content that was already set for this was good, but there is still side quests that are not voiced. Like, we still, in theory, do not know the VAs. Supposedly, the new people, we don't know who the VAs are. So they got VAs randomly. We think we know who they sound like, but they're not the same VA. Mm. Why are people so gay? Why are people gay? Why are people gay? I want to know. I want to know why people are gay. Yo, I am so curious about why people. Hmm. I've determined at some point. That's why you said gaming and that don't work. Gaming, you can't do both gaming and, look, gaming and commentary content is, like, really hard to do sometimes. Especially if it's trauma related. See, trauma related, right? Trauma related as is kind of how I am. So, drama related is kind of the look. Drama, contrary to popular belief, is really bad on a channel. You can't just allow things to occur. Because, okay, negative growth on an actual channel, like Tony's whole algorithm, he wants to create drama, right? That's how he's going to be smoothly gaining his content. Okay, hypothetically, it's not good for his long term growth. Now it stagnates him. Me. Hmm. Trying to figure out. It's a little crazy now, isn't this? Bro. You know, the problem is now I think I'm getting all the messages and I'm saying them. You know, spurgs are really bad in life. Mm. But a lot of people are special ed. See, I prefer the concept of pre-setting up things. See, let me say this. I'm a creator that prefers to have actual... Gaming can be chaotic as fuck. Life can be chaotic, but at least set in stone. See, my stream started at 2 to 2:30. Now, that keeps my algorithm consistent. Now, for ZZZ and other games, it's not as good. I don't know. For some bizarre reason. I pick up other games better. But I gotta see what Princess needs. He's probably gonna tell me about his boyfriend or the boyfriend of the wife that, you know, I feel bad for him. He has to serve his wife's boyfriend. But he's a good loving husband. That's gonna be funny if he realizes he got played, didn't he? He got played. He got played. Well, you got the link. Why don't you go check it? Hey, why don't you check the link? Send it. You got sent it. Gay Beans, why don't you check your fucking Twitter? Are you that much of a boomer? Do you need the attention? See, link. Link's linked to Twitter. Oh, God. Are you that dumb, Gay Beans? Bro, Gay Beans, come on. Bro, I do that courtesy for you. I do that courtesy for you. You need that link. So you're gonna tell me, I want to hear your explanation on how... I always have, like, people who help me out. But I think the plan worked perfect. See, Gay Beans, you need attention. Believe you're special ed. Someone has to. Well, I don't get it. See, Gay Beans can't figure out a link. See, IQ, you know what's funny? Most people have room temperature IQs in the world. Gay Beans just has more than others. As I said, I'm pretty sure Gay Beans has been coaching the other asshole just because he's special ed. I'm sure other people. I mean, that's kind of what I view. Like, prepare for the worst. Really? Really, really, really? So Gay Beans can't figure out how the link works. Link works. Gay Beans can't fucking figure it out. See, special education people are really fucked in life. You know, Gay Beans is supposed to be intelligent, not autistic, not retarded, but he can't figure out a link. Like, the dude cannot figure out a link for the life of him. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to set up a stream of my own to just actually go through that. Hello, princess. How are you? You need attention. See, he always needs attention. So how are you going to actually spend the moment Richard spills the entire beans on new CG there, bud? Well, unfortunately, probably mute the stream. Unfortunately, StreamYards is different than. Wow. I'm feel depressed. What is about on you? It's a StreamYards thing, apparently. By the way, how do you like the master stroke? You're probably gonna get played by the dumb fuck tonight. So 50-50, right? He's either Chris Bacon 2.0 or he's playing you guys. To be honest, I think it's about. Oh, fine, I have to correct this. Why aren't you actually? Why are you so bad? Why are you that bad? See, he doesn't get it. Okay. Better gay beans? So, you know what's funny about your new special ed friend? The new guy that I have a bet that 50-50, he's the new Chris Bacon. It's probably you. Oh Lord. Check it indeed. If it's that, it's this, it's the other. Oy, anyways. Finish. I need to go back and at least get my things settled here. And I can move on to HSR for a second. I can move back to HSR. To be fair, StreamYards just redid their mobile. So StreamYards actually did its new update. So again, it's supposed to streamline mobile, but I have the fucking faintest clue on how. Because Discord autocorrects, StreamYards autocorrects, and OBS autocorrects. And actually, no, OBS doesn't autocorrect. OBS has its own settings that sometimes manually get lost during updates. But Discord and both StreamYards both autocorrect. It is the most frustrating shit in the world. Hence why one day, soon, I'm going to invest in a sound mixer. Ain't gonna help my sound, but my voice always sounds like shit. Digital. Welcome to life. See, you know that Australian string bean internet is really bad. I've actually been forgetting to farm up hers. Like, I think I need a farm up. I think I need a farm up. No, her disc is good. On these discs, I gotta give. Nope, she's good. Oh. 3, 4, 4, 4. Where's she? Ugh. She's with the blandest audio ever. The problem is, honest to God, she's the blandest audio, and she's been in since the beginning of the game, believe it or not. One, huh? We need 20, right? I need 14. I need 14 of them. So I need 14. See, Gay Beans, why are you so angry all the time? See, your problem is, you're a good soldier for new CG, but your heroes keep dying, losing. Here's your problem. The rest of the world moves on. I'm guessing mobile doesn't kind of work on StreamYards. Weird. One thing I do hate is massive planning. Yep. One of the biggest problems I have, right? It's like, gaming you can kind of plan out. Random. Life events, not so much. Unless you set it in stone. Massive negotiations with other streamers is just a massive bitch. I say this with all due respect of trying to organize. It's one of the worst I've ever found. Networking is the worst. Hard enough to network with co-hosts. Huh. So you got your view and figured out how not to boomer your mind? So what do you make of the new Chris Bacon 2.0, by the way? I got notified. This is your theory, by the way. This is your actual theory. Little did you know, I actually had my friend set this shit all up. But to be honest, I don't trust the motherfucker as far as I can throw him. He's a 47-year-old failed businessman who somehow discovered renown. And I mean, shit. That's not me. No, that is my. Okay, the funny part is that's not even that, because you know damn well I don't use Twitter. Honest to God, honest to fucking God, dude. I may have access to that account, but I never really use it in any access. Maybe. So do you not... Okay, so what's funny about that guy, until I ask you, you don't understand his pattern. I saw his pattern. I didn't see... Mm-hmm. The guy that just came at Renown? Who you're now claiming is a hero? You guys started following him just because he dunked. Okay. He first popped into everyone's... Which guy? So apparently he popped into our radars about 24 to 28 hours ago. So you were talking... Why would someone randomly insert himself into CG, do you think? What's your theory? Welcome to our corner of our internet. Welcome to the corner of our internet. It's not for the faint of heart. No offense, dude. No offense. I don't manage him. You asked if I manage. I have about 5 accounts, so you can just have dude, there's a reason. If I didn't have to have Twitter to just look for social media, it's like I maintain several Reddits. You can go figure. So like, I can actually do that. What's funny is oh, little do you know. The funny part about you is you take one tiny clip and you call it an own. But if you put context to that clip, you don't survive. So, what do you think would, you know, you know, yes. So, uh, what's funny, I know the real reason why that happened, but do you know what the real story behind that was, though? What was the real story in your opinion? So, here's something you don't get, by the way. Do you really, so you think he privated because he doesn't use the blur bar that much as a content creator? He doesn't he doesn't now when you're doing, look, this is why I tell people you don't do if you don't do content creation, you don't understand it. The problem is, and I advise renowned uh-huh. I've been around YouTube a lot longer. My own channel has been over. My account goes back to '08. Yes, and if I go into edit videos, but I just started my channel a little over a year ago. It honestly depends. Do you, okay, here's the thing. I'm gonna ask you this. Do you think streaming, oh, would you like to see would you like to see my back end? What it looks like? Bro, because I can prove my back end. Okay. When you're talking about how many people do you think are going to watch me play the game I'm playing now? But if I go into like at least the seasonal or like the see if I hit more. Apparently, this is where you were stupid. Yeah, yeah, you're dumb, dude. I can because my back end is my back is end is healthier than the other. My stuff is not always a live stream channel. So if so I warned him about that, and I said you need to blur it out. Not for the reason of Chris is going to spam report it and abuse the report button, which he did. Now, that's entirely bullshit by Chris's reason, Gay Beans, and if you don't say he didn't spam report, you're a fucking bullshit liar. But I said you need to edit that, and I caught that. And he's like, well, I'll do it later on. I'm like, okay, God, fine. If I'm doing a video, I've been around YouTube long enough to know. I can't. Actually, he takes advice, but it's kind of like the conversation had a different tangent. But I'm like, you're playing with fire. But depends. To be honest, it's kind of like if you talk to people, I'm like, that's very dangerous to leave that up. I'm smart enough to know to. Yeah, it's largely been me, so. To be fair, the points were made. I fed points. Oh. Really? Respectable and normal? Respectable and normal? Respectable and normal. We're gonna go. So, technically, when I go for an own, it's okay. Do you know what this guy did? For real? Okay, do you. I do not know how it started. I don't know how it started. So he's not going to engage in boxing with a random moron. Uh, okay, no, but seriously, do you actually think somehow? Because this is where I can tell you have zero self awareness in YouTube. I can just tell. So the problem that Renown gets himself into is he gets into fights online. And look, the issue itself is if you're going to engage people like you, baiting you is like the fucking easiest thing in the world. But like, I had my friend basically prowling Twitter for the latest on there's stuff going on in Washington. Well, see, bear in mind, I do use that account, so that is a thing. Hey, it's been me the last little bit trying to fucking check in to see and wait on a fucking time from the fat princess. Very rare. See, here it is me on right now because I'm waiting for the goddamn fat princess who has a. Hey, to be fair, I've never said I don't use it. The funny part is if I actually have to ever have access to it, sure. Mhm. By the way, by the way, if we, by the way, if I showed people on my stream right now your Twitter account with you stalking Renowned and Eric July, do you not think they would think you're weird? So yeah, you would see them make you weird because you are not normal. The problem is you do not know what this. It's slightly obsessive. It's slightly obsessive. Look, I mean, you have the self awareness. I do it. I do it very rare. Well, if I'm waiting on sensitive information, if I'm waiting for sensitive information, well, it's not exactly. If he is actually going to message me the time, then I have to know the time. So the cannoli fat fuck who. So you're talking. He wants to have the conversation. Big. Ah. If you have most people have a you officially most people have a Twitter. Oh, to be fair, I'm gonna have fun with the dork, dude. He got his degree from. Oh, I went to. That's the internal joke. That's the internal joke, by the way. Yeah, you gotta understand. I actually have friends in Lithuania. I'm sorry you don't have anything. You can't go to European trips. I don't like TJ. Do you know this? I really don't care. I'm happy his dad died. But hey, we have no love for each other. So, hi. Most of what we do is a real relevant. It's funner to say that. It pissed him off. It pissed, dude, and you tweeting out every day about renown. I don't make myself liked by Tony's audience. I never have, never will. Hey, just wait till I ask him why he got his degree from University of Phoenix and why he's a failure. That's gonna be okay. He's gonna get he's ba. I have. I just want to know. So, I mean, to be honest, no. It's gonna be a combination. Hey, the person by themselves. It's not really about that, I would say. Come on, the dude's been fucking talking to everyone in CG down to Ripaverse for like fucking like mainly CG people for like fucking all day. So what's the fucking difference? And he's been come and he's been and he's only been come and you fed him, by the way. But by the way, what if he's playing gay ops on us all? By the way, it wouldn't be the first one, I would think. And if he's playing gay ops on us all, which I have a pretty much a 50-50, either he's with you guys and he's going to become Chris Bacon, or he's playing gay ops on us all. One of the fucking two. There's only two possibilities. Because look, no one. Really? So you hang in a corner of the internet where you know there's controversy. I'm going to point this out to you. This dude has an agenda. The question, obviously, what is it? On, so he's an ex jock. So, by the way, how many ex jocks do you know from your school? So my theory is always he is. He's just an ex jock with a bitter grudge on his shoulders, dude. Like it just happens. You can read that. I don't honestly. Hmm? Zero. Look, man, you can't accept that the guy played you. You didn't see through his game. Look, he's not over here for. He's either over here to gain favor, or he's over here to cause shit. It's either one or the other. Well, we will find out what he admits to. Now, won't we? Because here's the thing. Look, hypothetically, let's say you're a content creator. Hmm, it's already scheduled. I mean, I have no idea. I'm sure it's between that fucking boomer learning how to use Twitter. I'm pretty sure it's buried in the fucking messages because that autistic shit is worse than you. I find it funny. Hmm, to be fair, it's doesn't say because he's a fucking boomer getting back with people now, doesn't it? Hey, I've been. No, I'm gonna just. No, I already have questions for him. They're pretty legit. Not really. I'm just kind of curious how you're gonna just sweep for when new CG comes tumbling down. No, no. Two things gonna happen, right? Because you guys got Chris Bacon's new antic. It's gonna come back and blow you in the ass. Combined with Richard, so taking down videos is gonna rub people the wrong way. Then you also got the Richard Embry and everything else is going to come crashing down on YouTube. Yes. Oh, you can speak for new CJ. Mm. Well, at least we agree upon that. I mean, to be honest, half you fucks don't give a shit anyway, so there's no reason. I mean, Tony's content is all going to dry up to begin with, so it's all good. Me, I just. But why would you abuse false DMCA? They do. Oh, come on. I'm using a system to get a fucking result. Give me a break. Fucking. Oh my god, no. That wasn't the fucking reason. Really? Really? You act like that. You really. So how are you gonna? So how are you gonna fix the debacle with Richard Emery basically spilling the beans on CG and how in the back rooms you guys are piles of shit when he does. So you do know why he left. He left mainly because he basically did not like the treatment that they were treating Christians, just as the same when he got shit upon by Tony. Do you remember that one? He got shit upon by Tony when Tony had his crash out after he got owned in Las not Las Vegas, but L.A. And then he comes back and uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But why are you ignoring? So what do you say to everybody else who said like Riley and all the other fuckers go, he's disrespecting that, but no. Hmm. That's mm-hmm. I'll give you that, but you can't speak for the rest of your kind. The rest of your kind, except for Ruby King's probably gonna chunk him under the bus. I think EVS has already chunked him under the bus again. Oh, but you have fun, by the way. You have your. Please learn the definition of crashing out and what locales are, please. It's getting depressing. Okay. And you try, and I can't wait till Liam bites you in the ass. Have fun. I can tell you're new to online drama. That's why I let you post picture of your feet. You take care, bud. Six. How are you, Julian? On to game two, unfortunately. So, see, my ZZZ is roughly caught up to uh. So my ZZZ is caught up to the point that I don't need to do anything except work on the bullshit for the temple. Quite literally, unless I do the side quests. Actually, I take that back. I still got weeklies to do in CCZ, but I just don't feel like doing them. I got the event ones I gotta do too, but those have like another 15, 20 days. Now, main thing over here is I'm waiting on a invite from some jackass clown to do something. But, so, on this banner, I decided to pull Algea. call it a bane of my existence, by the way. Because there's only about 5. Okay, so here's the bad part about uh, remembrance things. So the thing about remembrance, right, is there's only 5 light cones. 4. Actually, no, I'm sorry. There is about 2 yellow light cones. 1 for Castor Rise. 1 for Algea. I'm butchering her name. There's 1 for Celeron person, which is the main character. And there's about 2 more that get locked. They're locked behind the main banner. They're locked behind the track, by the way. Now, in reality, it's like Genshin, right? I'm going to have to get another sword user because this is the only remembrance one that you can get consistent. So, it was either the choice of getting her or getting Cypher. The issue with Cypher, right? Because I play both these and I play Genshin too. Genshin's about to have Skirk released. See, all these others, most of us already have. Whether it's Nyality. Like, Nyality, there's like 2 of them. Like, so take your pick. See, I was over here this morning, basically. See, I picked up Algea. Strikingly enough, I didn't get fucked on my 50-50s for the last 2. So, ZZZ didn't fuck me on my 50-50. Somehow. That's the only second from Kaisar. The second is getting Algea. Now, Algea is... Now, the funny part about Algea, when you people... So, we know what the next 2 are. So, Serena... I don't think they show her, do they? Do they show her? No. She's not out there. I don't know why they're being really secretive, because we know who comes out the first. Fanon's going to be coming back out. Fanon, I should say. Fanon's coming out. So, okay, of your choices here. So, Cypher is good only if you can get her to 170 speed. I'm not a coward. I don't know why my shit's not coming through. I have no idea. I boomer my own Discord. I boomer my shit. I'm really bad about it. And maybe it's not coming through desktop audio. Someone's really mad. I have to need to go through all my audio. So, anyways. So, technically, I have Tribby, right? So, what is that? We on the second? Ah. So, Phanon say it, is the next Algea, eh, Aglia, I should say it. She is basically like you can pull her, but the problem is her light cone is remembrance. As I said, you can only obtain this light cone by the resource track. And the same with this one. Right now. That's it. So, I'm stuck with Victory in Bleak. So, again. Now, whoops. Okay, Beans gets really mad. I'm not quite sure, though. See, OBS really fucks over. My friend's like, why don't you multi-stream to fucking kick? I'm like, that moment I figure out how to get my YouTube stream 100% correct, I'll multi-stream. Anyways. But she is only powerful if you can get her to 170 speed. But personally, I would rather have her. Because she is a Mimeo. She's a Mimeo sprite. As well as... Okay. She's a Mimeo sprite. She's a follow-up. She's one more. She's also part of break teams. She also has many uses. So anything that uses Mimeo sprites... she's good. Follow-up. Her summon is a follow-up. But bear in mind, there's only about 3 with summons in the game. Unfortunately, they don't really run. So Topaz and Number. That is on my to get list when she comes back up. But that's going to be a while off. Technically, I did this one and this one. So, bane of my existence. I skipped Netty. Call that a little fucked my own. But, and then I have actually, but what's funny is, the second time that she came through, I've lost either my 50/50s or the other ones. So, I have cursed luck in this game. But this would be about the third time I went pulling for, or second time I pulled for her. So, she is one of those characters that's, in reality, it's, I have to level her, so it's at least a good AFK experience. Yeah, pure hell in the same process. There's actually 2 ways to do this. Hold on. You can tell I never farm. I farm one character, and then I leave him be. See, Gabe Baines is screaming right now. It's the mouth that has a person. Be honest, if I didn't boomer my audio, you'd be amazing about my life. The only ones. The only way to get it, is it? It's Starlight Exchange. Anyways. That's weird. It's the only material I don't own. That is the only material I do not own. That is an amazing feat. Can't convert it either. I can't convert it. Let me see. He needs to. Yeah, see, I skipped over a section of this story, which was probably not the greatest of it. When you get into it. Ah. We're gonna need a whole bunch of that shit. Hmm. Intelligence. I love how people are angry. Again, multi-streaming to different platforms would be a setup I have to figure out. Trust me, it's not as easy as it looks. Hmm. These are all the flame chasers, though. Strangely enough. So all of these guys, roughly, are what the flame chasers are from, So the flame chasers originate from HSR. Not HSR, but Honkai Impact, which is from the previous era. Clearly, Phanon. Phanon is Kevin, down to the animations, of course. He is Phanon down to the exact. Cyrene is hijack someone's Kafka. Unfortunate for people. Look, I'm not sold on the Henrietta. The Henrietta has never been my favorite. I mean, it's kind of adorable in a way, but not really. Henrietta is. It's hard to describe. She was a unit that was released, but we're not. I'm not too thrilled about it. Never have been. But she's used in hyper break lineups. She's used in what you call hyper breaks. So, I think it's like hyper breaks, things of that nature. But she can also be used with Henrietta, so you can have her and the Henrietta, which is about the most autistic shit in the world. So when I mean that, but as the that is the ICE DPS line. Now, the Henrietta's power comes from the concept of multiple hitting and marking. Really, you daze the other one? Hypothetical. My own desktop audio is muted. You see, even my own desktop audio is muted like shit. See, this is what happens, right? Trust me. If my streams went off perfectly half the time, when they do, they are fine. But back in desktop audio, because last time I was streaming, I was doing Diablo 4, so I had to have something on in the background. God forbid. But then again, you never kind of know. People get angry. Multiple layers. Movie. But as I said, this is like the ultimate just AFK game when you don't realize it. It's set here and you let them do their thing. Except for Memories of Chaos, which you have to manually fight. Which those can go die in a fire, but that's how it works. Cats. So where the question, do real people's allegiances lie? See, either the guy's a new detractor, or he's just a clown that's in the space. I don't think he's new. I'll see how much he admits, but I don't like this. There's something about... Then again, I am that weird prude with lineups that if my lineups do not murder in, like... if my lineups basically don't murder the moment... But I'm too used to speedrunning, so... If they basically don't kill, I think, within the first 2 to 3 turns... I basically deem, like, in... Let's say Memory of Chaos. Unless it's the world's shittiest run, I prefer to be by 20. That's the weird thing. How a lot of my lineups work, that's exactly how they work. It's kind of like the same thing with, like, ZZZ and the other stuff I play. I basically designed these to hit like trucks within the realm they have to work in. Unfortunately, almost all my lineups are basically follow. They follow up with breaks. Now, the thing about... That's actually why I skipped on actually medding, which hindsight may have been a mistake. May. Long term. I mean, I have Sunday, I have Ratio, I have DPS. But Medi was also in that weird spot. Basically, getting caster ice. So, if you get caster ice, that's the key. That's kind of the key lineups. But to be honest, a lot of my lineups, just like Genshin, I miss 1 or 2. But, not Serene. Cryne. Cyrne? she's after Fanon. Fanon himself is going to be destruction. So he's going to be the one that's largely be a must pull because he's going to be the most damage and destruction in probably the entire game. Serene's kit supposedly is out. But the thing about Serene, it's a weird, like, if that is the quote unquote Serene, story wise, it doesn't look like. So, but there's also supposedly, what is it? Yeah, it's like Essence. Like we're at like 2 5-stars that we're still missing. So of the flame chasers or the flame core holders, Phanon is coming next. So it was Cypher, Phanon. The one after that is going to be CERYNE. They just showed her. So, and they just showed the other one. It's not Hyacinthia. Or Hyacinth. It's spelled like Hyacinth, but it's HYCEIL or IEL. So that's at least we know of the next 3 flame catcher pools. But if this turns out to be like the PE era, so I said this game's loud. This game's rather loud once you get into it. So the idea, right, is pulling. So Phanon is going to be the destruction DPS, probably be very powerful. So bear in mind. Now, as I said, the only downside to pulling Algea is Magella. She is Remembrance. Remembrance is in the world's shittiest spot. You're almost forced to pull for her cone, or you either pull for her actual cone, or you use another cone. What's funny is there's only one other cone that comes from Henrietta. The Henrietta thing. And that's a one-time pull. So, the idea of... See, on the second time, or the first time, second time she came through, I lost the other, because I already lost the 50-50, and then it came up right up to Castor Rice. Castor Rice has been my personal pet baby for a very long time. But Castor Rice's damage is absolutely retarded. So, if you pass up on Castor Rice can single-handedly be dumb. So, I have pretty much swore by him ever since he was released. Because he's the only combat healer in the game. Basically. He's the only combat healer. So the idea of a lot of stuff is if you break the combat order. So, the issue with the combat order, right? So, the one that's coming after Phanon is supposed to be a dot. Her dot, she is iteration? Iterite? She can work with Kafka. She will be the backup dot to Kafka if you really want to go down that route. I want to say she's either after or it's going to be Serini, which is going to be after. They haven't explicitly said which is the next order. But they showed both of the characters, so. But then again, she's so out of place, she's actually a dot support. Dot support only works if you have Swan. So, have fun. Dot support works if you have Swan. Swan is what makes it work. Basically. I designed mine very unconventional. See, Jing Liu hasn't been back around again. But to be honest, at the time she's the ice, I chose her because she's DPS ice. So the idea is mostly I've been on the follow-up meta for a very long time. If I run Dot, I can run Swan, and I can run Kafka. Somebody else. Because Kafka's second attack triggers upon follow-up. So... But she uses a lot of your SP. And that's the problem with a lot of my light attackers. Well, I need to get leveled, but that's just a dream pick. So, I look at it this way, right? And unfortunately, I just picked her up the other day, so I have to farm a shit ton of resources. I was like, huh. What's more or less, this happens quite a bit. See, the thing about her, she only triggers once per attack. It's like, I want to say it's once per attack, but it's once per turn. No, so that's correct. It's once per attack. As long as she has points. So as long as she has follow-up points, yeah. Freebie is like basically retarded. Unfortunately, this is one of my main lineups. Don't ask why. Don't ask how I came to it. It just happens. So, Luchel basically heals your entire team. Treebee just comes along. Now, you can stick her as well as with Caster Rise. Now, there is an argument that I should have probably pulled Hyacinth. Sorry, Hyacinth. Which is a very good healer, but I wanted Algea, and I also have to get Phanon. Phanon is going to be broken, so I'm fully expecting to lose a 50-50 on Phanon. I will not be shocked if I don't. I will be very shocked if I don't. I'm due for it. Unless it's going to hit me in Genshin when I try to pull for Skirk. Which is next. Because ZZZ turns out and tries to fuck me over on basically every 5-star I ever won. This game used to about every other. It's only for the ones that I want with the actual meta, so to speak. And that is problem, so. But I also have to farm out her gear. Because I haven't farmed out Algea's gear. Algea's gear is, I know the set if I see it. But the set is, that set is used with her and it's used with a couple of others. But it's not used by anyone I use. So, bear in mind, farming disc and farming artifact is a piece of shit. So, you ever heard when I said a person is a fucking stalker? No one ever believes me. Well, I mean, I don't even know what they're after. I think their format's just gonna be fucked. It's gonna be like going into like talking to Tony for the first time. I mean, hell, if I had Boomer my own stream. It's strange. So you're telling me you don't know how to record and you go into it? And now Tank, bro, his partner or whatever got shot. Went from looking like a brick house to looking like a fucking emaciated corpse. Now, the sad part is, I'm happy he's alive. They look like two foreign people. They don't look. So when I say, like, what his partner looks like, and I guess hospital weight loss, he lost a shit ton of weight. Muscle mass, too. He looks like dog shit. Now, granted, recovery is pretty bad. Like, if you have that recovery, oh dear God, I'm not gonna pick on his poor friend. He's dragging his friend along for something he started. I mean, the funny part about new CG, I say this politely about new CG people, they're not in it for the comic books. They're not in it for the reasons. And if you're just randomly picking a fight in a space, I'll happily do that. But I know what his intentions are. His intentions are to stay. But the question is what intentions? Look, when I say I live rent-free in people's heads, right? I can prove it. The unfortunate side effect of this is there are days I want to be wrong about people, but I'm never. When I mean I am never really wrong about people, I am correct about people to about 95% of their personnel. Like, Gay Beans is angry at me. He always has been angry with me. You know what? As I said, you have to farm up a ridiculous amount of shit for this character. Her character in this game is approximately 1 to 3 million. So roughly it's about, I'm going to say about, forget how much. Sorry. I play all the different games, so it's different. Minus skills, just in leveling. I'm going to say the last one is either 200 or 400 here. At 80. But then you have a bunch of skills that are like 150 each. On average, it takes about 3 million to 4 million to farm out a character. Sounds unreal, but it's the actual facts. Now that's not count. It's probably 4 million if you count in the the books and you count in the other ones. Count in the light cone. Count in the other parts. The light cone itself is not as expensive as the main character, but the skills start stacking up. Because there's skills that are easily 100,000 plus per level. Honestly, that's where I get a little lazy. I don't ever fully do it. And honestly, though, I really, I boomer my audio a lot of setup. The problem is I need to streamline my audio. When I mean I need to streamline my audio, that's my mission for over the summer. Because I need to get okay. My mic's always gonna sound like shit. Nature of the voice. I can clean it up to a degree if I get back another stereo mic. That'd be good. I have to get a mixer. An actual mixer. Then I have to fuck with that mixer. Then have everything go through that mixer. That means games have to go through that mixer. That means all my audio has to go through that mixer. And I despise going through audio. Actually, I should say yes. Okay. Audio as a whole is a bitch to fucking refocus. So, Discord will auto-correct to the level. StreamYard's auto-corrects to the level. But, as I said, a lot of the stuff is pure bullshit when you have to figure it. Yeah, this is the game after a while, everything sounds way too loud. Unless I turn it down. Like, I have it in. Like, ZZZ surprisingly doesn't bother me in crime. But when you start getting, like, Robin and you start getting, like, Tribby, some of it's ear piercing, even by sound. Again, that explosion's really loud with trivia. Like, and it's repetitive. Like if I ever go full like if I ever go full like follow up, he triggers every turn. At least 3 times every turn. So I usually have it muted when I'm like out of the app for obvious reasons. But this is a good game to AFK. I kind of have a feeling of what they did. It's like if I do get in that mode, if either I'm streaming or I'm doing it, because last game I played was Diablo 4. I mean, I forgot to unmute my own. Every game I play, it's about. I'm not gonna lie. Jeez, Diablo is one of the loudest games I think I play ever, ever loud. And without nerfing that audio down all the way to like a 2. It's the most repetitive gameplay in the world, but you're hungry. See, Gay Beans is really mad. He's gonna try to get a gotcha on me tonight. Look, I gotta admit though, no offense to gay people, he's a gay pride. Look, it's 2025, right? No one really cares if you're really gay. Just come out. He's married. Look, his Twitter, by the way, honest to God, like when I said his Twitter is full of nothing but Eric July. Like, this is him, by the way. So, do you see this? This man stalks a bunch of people, right? He at least admitted this is probably not normal. He gets caught lying. He gets called this. This is happens, right? This is a married man, but he's married, right? Happily married. Now, the funny part about this is he is just gay. The problem is, if he was gay, I think there would be more acceptance. I've just never seen a man who obsesses over one person or 2 people. See, okay. How would I describe Gay Beans? He's a progressive activist. He's not even liberal. He's a progressive activist. He believes in wholeheartedly everything he does is right. He's like the people you saw at the No Kings Day smashing the Trump like doll. Okay? That's what he does. Except it's Eric July or Renowned or someone who's the villain of the week. I don't particularly care, really. Dude, I've argued with liberals for a good long while. And I'm a moderate conservative by far. I have argued with right wing people, very far right. But Gay Beans has no self awareness to understand he's down that far in the liberal pipe. But to be fair, it's the curse of my generation. It's kind of the curse of his. It's also the curse of living in Australia. So he lives in Australia. So Australians used to be really based people. Canadians used to be really based people. So then Canada changed. Yep. Yep. It's called living here till you get all the material you need. Fun. You know what makes it worse about farming characters in Genshin? You don't have energy storage. That's the worst part. You don't have energy storage in Genshin. That's the worst part, by the way. Genshin still uses the archaic system to where you are max 200 at all times. But everybody else has it. This, ZZZ, and Honkai Impact all have it. But Genshin, if you do not burn that 200, it does not go anywhere. Now, I've been a long petition for that to change, but bear in mind, we're going on year 6. They haven't changed it. So, they don't have an energy reserve. The energy reserve here has been increased over the years, but like the last 2 years. That's probably because a lot of people have a lot of downtime. There's times I've come into here with about 2,400. I'm going to say the cap is 3,000 now. I want to say it is. It's either 28, 24, or 3,000. It's one of those two. But it was so god awful high. I farmed out almost 2 characters. About that, if you use your fuel to farm out about Ramua and the stuff from the anniversary. So, this is the issue. But unfortunately, the stuff that's left is what I have. But this is called live here. Till that resource is done, I'm not out of here. So, I'm going to need that much resources. Jesus. Assuming, I'm going to assume that we're getting more. I actually forgot she has a British accent. You kind of forget she does because you only see her in the one story. Yeah, that the one farming wiped out a lot of my shit. Okay, actually, when I actually had to go in and farm, I had to go farm a lot of these. Believe it or not, it takes a lot. I I think I burned through almost all of my. That's the problem. But I'm not gonna use my one because I used all my fuel. Actually, I had multiple seasons of fuel level. But what I think he might, as I said, is he looking for an out or an entrance in? Actually, so Sly is doing the thing where he is doing. But here's what I think he's doing. I have a theory. He thinks he can get into CG's space by making fun of Rena. Now, clout farming off clout farmer. Well, I shouldn't say that. Clout farming off orbiters. The Renowned is still not quite a spokesperson, even though a lot of people from Mythiverse do watch him, including Carol Brown. You're not going to gain clout by proxy. You're just going to look like an invader. I mean, clout farming by clout farming is a fucking retarded gimmick. That's actually really bad. That's what hurts a lot of new CG. And he's going to use his channel as the launch platform. So, see, they can never talk about numbers with me because at least my back end. And let's assume I'm streaming. I'm not expecting banger. But like when I did Expedition 33, I had good views. Doom, I had decent views. That's a popular game. If a game is not popular, honestly, this is AFK. See, a little bit different than ZZZ or a couple of others. You don't actually play this. And quite honestly, if I had to go through these turns, I would care. I could beat cats and under attack. It's fine. Let's 1 second. Hello, fat cats. No. Hello, fat cats. I can tell. Jesus, I need to work on my DPS. My DPS is a bit. Well, I mean, it's fine. So, I'm gonna do this one then. Hello. What's up? See, cat. Feed cats before you stream. That is usually the answer. The answer is that. That's always, but it doesn't help with me. Feed cats. Move, jackass. See, now the question is. Light cones. Yes. See, I forget she's now way up there. So I guess I wound up with a no. Yeah, we got the fully leveling stuff is always a pain. Genshin's leveling is a fucking bitch wars. Because you need the elemental gems. There's your problem. Without the elemental gems, it gets kind of funnily bad. Lately, I haven't had the good fortune to have a bunch. So one more. It's always not bad to have extra. So her passive is she gets a crit rate and crit damage. So there's a buff. But I also have a physical damage buff on it. I mean, I really should probably rework her gear eventually. But I say but. I leave her be for the time being. I've been utterly lazy enough to get the gear, like the artifact equipment for a lot of people. It's only been probably within the last 6 months, a yearish. I've actually tried to farm out the proper gear for the people, which it doesn't hurt the damage, but it's rather interesting on her because she winds up doing a lot more damage than the other ones I've seen. She's one of my top earning characters, so to speak. She's one of my shared characters. So, in reality, it's not the best setup for her, but it is a setup. I mean, it works for what it does. And when you're dealing with that, utterly the problem with relics. Wondrous. What is wondrous? Huh. Hmm. The hmm. That's indivergent. I actually, you know what's funny? I never ever use So those ones that allow you to get ornaments for free, I never really used them. Strange as that goes. This will tell you how long ago I haven't done this. I have not used this lineup in... See, she was my first 5. I mean, I can use her if I have to. I guess I don't have a save file? Really? So I gotta do this fucking first. Fine. Now, if you wish to get technical and wish to get actually abusive, there her. Yep, Syndria, Syrindia. This is the new one. Yep, that's... They just showed her kit. This is the one that's going to be Dot. Rude. I call rude. Very, very rude. So she is basically a, like, so she is... See, here you can kind of see her in the story, but she's going to actually unlock till after Fate On. So... But again, she's made. That's better. I missed a few. This is basically Elysium Realm if you don't give us that. This isn't as loud. So if you to change, do 3-star blessings. Where am I? This is so in these. So if, when I say hypothetically, if you stick her into a So you stick her into a lineup that is all follow up. So her so her ult is similar to. See, they talk about having Acreon be replaced, but I highly doubt Acreon ever is going to be a fully replaced. She eats up your skill points all fucking day, but bear in mind she can have almost, it's not infinite follow up, but it's pretty damn close for the next basically two. So that can go bad. I've had these almost infinitely, like, not fucked me over, but there's a version of this one that I got that, as I said, the Lord Trash Cans can go fuck themselves. Horribly. The I did this wrong. As I said, I've had one that is the absolute piss with the fucking trash can lords. So I've had the ones with trash can. The trash can lords are tough as shit. They basically gain attack every single turn. The fact is, and I had it where I've had it multiple, right? Like some that aren't shit, but I've also had the one where it was such bad timing, not because it killed, it's just because of the because if they keep increasing in attack and they I have not been here before. I've done that one before. I've never seen that one before. Huh. I have never done that one before. That's a hard one to get. Weird. That's a strange one, though. Actually, I've never seen that particular challenge. I think these are part of the new ones. Fire Crown King. These are part of the new ones. Hold on. I think, though. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Weird random. Without a healer, she murders your entire team, okay? If you do not have a healer, she kills your entire team. These are all random. Fortunately, this is like watching paint dry a lot of times. I'm guessing they're gonna have the, really? So it's all remembrance. Why is it all remembrance? Ranger. Man, actually, what's funny is I gotta finish out. I gotta finish out the last of the story for this fucking the region I'm in. Okay, so the region that I'm currently stuck in is like the region like right. Let's see, like I'm on the last like chapters of it. It's the simulation world before the other one. I actually forgot the name of it. But I don't finish out the story because I just hate it. Actually, I hate the fucking. I literally despise the story. It's like a lot of it's the gameplay. I wish it didn't overstay its welcome. It's as bad as Sibiru. Basically. Like Sibiru is what murders me out of finishing. But it, I did not want to finish Genshin's story. It's because of that one. Genshin's story is held up at Genshin's story gets held up at Sibiru. The problem with yeah, it's Pentakami. Pentakami goes on for ages. Now, if, and I say if, you just suffer through it, but there was actually a reason why you're supposed to pull Hyacinth. Hyacine has a constant. You piece of shit. Where is your mechanic? Oh god, that's a horrible mechanic with this boss. Well, Blade kills himself as well, so if you really go Blade, Blade has the tendency, because every time his stuff goes up, but it's half. So, but I have to maintain a profile. So I have to use. See, it's the first time I've encountered this. But there's also that part in the week that I've actually always at the start of the week. I have always gone in here first. Oh, I don't have a save file. Yeah, I think it's what it is when it reset. I think it's when it reset, it took my save file. So the save file, right, is used. Hmm. Fortunately, as I said, I do not like concept this one's more or less its stats. Just honestly, it's a game I prefer to play. Like, is it okay? There's a thing when you don't see this streamed. part of it totally I don't use her because if you just ignore she's broken, aesthetics wise, I love her dear. Because the thing about Caster Ice is yes, she does do a lot of damage to the team, but she can also heal a team too. Weirdly enough. Lightning damage and energy regen. Secondary speed and a secondary attack. Body at least crit rate, feet speed or attack. Substats. What do they say? Speed break point 135. Crit rate get to 100. Okay, that's. I swear to God, every MiHoYo DPS character always says get it to 100% crit. I shit you not. Every single one. Pack 26 or more. Two base versus that, therefore. Crit damage addition. But other than that. Yeah, I can't really. My whole thing is I don't have the patience to wait a week for some fucking 57-year-old to wait on their fucking shit. I don't have a week for at least the patience. Quite honestly, I have. Yeah. Okay, so I get this now. I think I figured it out. I really do. I think I figured it out. I'm leaning towards that theory. They're in the space for dishonest reasons, which I don't understand. Okay, when I say I don't understand it, I just don't understand why. Let me reference this. Why the fuck are you doing it in 2025? Okay, see, the reason why you see a lot of us don't clout farm off motherfuckers. Yeah, by the way, sound in this game is atrocious. By the way, you think the rocket is loud? No. When the dragon comes out and blasts everything, it's louder. It's ridiculous. So, you can keep it on, like. But yeah, it gets annoying after a long, long while. Problem with here, right? Soundscape in this game is not really great when it comes to the soundscape because the attack motions never change. Because it's not one of those games that they actually put a lot into it. Combat music in certain areas is good. Problem is, in certain areas, it's the character lines. Because it's not like a motion block. I love my time being wasted, you know? I'm actually looking over a lot of the clips, so it looks. I mean, it is Wednesday night. So, Dane's live. Back, I guess I did have one. I think it's only the gear I don't use. Usually the gear I don't use. Where is it? I know, I fucking saw it. Yeah, clear that all junk out now. No. break. There's a good like. There's a good chance that one breaks though. There's a good chance that one's gonna break. I mean, problem is rolling these. It's like if you ever see it, try to roll discs, it doesn't work. No. I know, I saw it. Sorry, it's energy regen. Yeah, so I need one energy regen. So let's boost. Talking energy regen on the energy regen on the good God, sir. Ugh. So I need on the rope. The You've been doing YouTube content for fucking what is it? At least 10 years? And you don't know how to do a taping schedule? I mean, in reality, that's the problem with a lot of shit like that. So in reality, they're just trying to get into the best space humanly possible. Well, I mean, they think there's money in detracting, like money in negativity. There is no money in negativity. There's no view in negativity. I say, need a rope with energy regen. Not really good. Let's say, if I ever said artifact hunting sucks, this is horrible. Artifact hunting is pretty bad. Like, Genshin's artifact hunting is pretty terrible. The only thing that makes this roughly bearable is the fact we have the other. We have the coupons, so it allows us to get free ones. This was the swarm boss. Fucking retarded. Also, too, I kind of fucked up my algorithm by not streaming. Like, if I don't stream, like, do something like once or twice. Okay, minimum is once. Look, if you do the fucking bare minimum, it's once a week. Now, if you change your algorithm too much, you're fucked. It's not the first time I've neared close to done. So if I go to help my friend on his channel, it's either I stream on my channel and I do his stream as well, or I have to, that's what I may have to do over the next few weeks, based on that. The funniest part about that's going to be the days he does it. But it's kind of strange in a way. See, the only thing in ZZZ farming, which is less painful as far as the story, is the combat is at least different. Here, it's just like theoretically the discs are hard to get over there. I think her and there's a light wrapper, basically. She basically is one. I'll be honest, she has one of the better animations. But the one is clearly like she's designed in a similar fashion. I may have to craft it. But the difference is she is largely energy based. So if you don't get her on the energy, that's how she summons the dolls. She summons her mannequin based on that. So But as I said, she is buff. She has a lot of break. A lot of her shit comes from break. See, this doesn't work on the end game. I see, that's bad. Bad. Melon, did you know Stone tosses are not... What the fuck's wrong with these people? I'd explain to a Canadian the difference between them, because they have no idea. But Dane... It's not even about the topic. Okay, I get it. I get it 100%. You know what's sad? When I go and click a topic, go to a YouTube channel, right? I and then I'm sitting here. I try not to do this on my streams. Fucking hell, it bothers me when I do. But like, if I put like a title in the commentary screen, and yes, I will waffle on about certain topics, but motherfucker, you have to go through an entire stream just to see them talk about just to see that. So Stone Toss got doxxed. Jesus. See, Stone Toss is the infamous comic that it's like figurines, and it's usually something ironic like Boondock style, basically. That's what Stone Toss is. Stone Toss is different. It's always just something weird or something ironic. So, and I guess they call it whatever because Stone Toss are usually a based. And I mean, literally, the dude is, dude's, fuck. I meant to check that. Can't see it, but I put my head on my almost put my head on my temples, and I pinched the top part of my nose. Okay. Sorry, I had to collect the thought a second. I've often complained people make their whole... Look, I cannot watch more than like 5 minutes a day. Traditional. Like, I'll keep it on in the background, right? If I have to. You fucking bastards. Usually on YouTube, if I'm ever watching another YouTuber, which just sounds strange, but sometimes when you do it, I will have it on in the background. But I have to multitask sometimes to stay. But look, I get it. Pride Month, no offense. I've talked to normal, like when you talk to when I say normal gay people, right? So there is such thing as normal gay. That's the non-activist kind. I have always said profoundly, activists always are the ones who screw it up for everybody. Whether it's activists, normal people, or activists. See, no one really cares at the end of the day on what you do with your life, as long as it doesn't bother the inherent people. That's the strange thing, like a lot of people who deal with that's actually what I find funny with a lot of people who hate Eric July and other people. But you see them more. I call it like the black, so like the blacktivists, right? Black activists, the gaytivists are the same ones. You don't make that right. And apparently, the reason why Pride Month fell downhill with it. Okay, Dane will be the first to say rainbow capitalism is bad, right? That's the first thing he'll say. Now, rainbow capitalism, bad. Alright, I understand. Now, we don't see it this time of year because apparently in the last 2 years we're not. Hell, actually, it's proven to be. But, see how you generally tell a lot of people who are progressive cause of people. Oh, yeah, by the way, this is how you get a good, I say, source of. Actually, these have stories attached to them. You kind of do it yourself. There's no right or wrong answer. So, like, this is your buff for the current. It's like this goes on top of what you have. It's amazing. Just click through it just to have it, but it doesn't change the actual story. Do two more here. Then I gotta go off an equipment farm. I got an energy one, but it has two numbers. I mean, fuck, I always hate when that happens. So, if something rolls with numbers, it's going to be less effective for you. Percentages are what you're after. But if it already has two, but you go, well, it has energy regen, I'll forego the energy regen. I forego that if it means actually playing something better. Now, when you're building a Gia, right? The trick about it is there was a build guide for her. There's substitutes for her. Man. No, but I was saying though, but it's the issue where like, they have to remind you they're gay. Like, they have one person who's gay, and at least two. Dane is demisexual, so he's probably not gay. But it's the whole thing. They have to remind you they're gay. Constantly. It's one of those things where if anybody does something similar to that's on the same level, you're gonna hate it. It drives me insane. Because it's always victimhood, victimhood, victim. That's not the case. You're a victim of circumstance only once or twice. But if you physically still continue the cycle, that's a problem. But then again, if I said half of them have blue sky accounts, you would not be shocked. Because there was a period, a lot of growth in my channel came from talking about these people. Strangely enough. I actually tried to. It's like the other. Like, I stream the games I want, honestly. I just interweave topics into them. That's how I do it. It's kind of like the whole interweaving into it. Because it's a weird thing of. But I'm able to do a. Like, I get a lot of people who watch Diablo 4. Apparently, people like watching suffering for long, long hours. But I carved my niche out of it. So, my niche was basically carved out in it, so to speak. So, can I sort, please? Thank you. Oh boy. You know what? I would say try to keep that one. But, I'd probably keep that one. That one works. I have a few lightning damage. See, okay, that's attack and that's lightning damage. That's crit damage and defense. Crit rate. There's physical. So, see, I'm one of these people that I deal online where you know, I sigh because it hurts. I have survived a good chunk of the fucking internet to the degree I hate it. See, okay, negativity and drama could sell if you know how to do it, but that's where your channel becomes you. Your channel, therefore, becomes drama and it's based on drama. I don't like that about channel. I will say this, well, mad at me. Like, there is a channel fatigue. Like, okay, so hypothetically, this is hit EVS and them that cover Eric July. Their people don't want to keep saying it. It's like a year and a half or nearly 2 years. People want change. I mean, the format, right? Like, Tony's audience turns over. See, that's really good, by the way. Right here. But that's fire. Yep, I keep that one, though. That's just a lucky find. Now, 16 attack, and that's not gonna work, though. Sphere is lightning damage. The second is speed. Is speed. I don't think there's enough in speed to actually make that work. 35. That's not a good explanation. Wow. See, that's the problem with like that's really the issue with Cypher. Cypher, if you think getting to 135 is a bitch, try getting to yeah, no. If you have thing it's fine, try getting the character to 135. 170 is god awful. There's an issue. Quality. Was it rope I'm after? Rope. I mean, attack percent is attack percent. Attack percent does not 100% help. So the problem is getting the right stuff. Okay, so the eye really, it's like you're having to work with a RNG of shit, and if you get screwed over, you are keeping it. Really? Like I can use that one. So the sphere should not be. I mean, see, speed and crit, right? That's like the one. Now, can I get this magically to roll? Okay. Oh wow, that actually is. That is perfect. There is the worst part is there's actually no like just way to get it to 12. Seeing the last finally catching. But some days are better than others. Now, Hero of the Triumphants. Hero of the Triumphant Song. That would be the big ones. Any at all. So basically, Hero of the Triumphants. Basic market. 82?
Lady Treby. Please, as you wish.
Might get lucky on these. Rope. That doesn't say what gloves are. Doesn't say what I need on the speeder attack, feet, crit rate, and the speed on the substat. Attack as a 2-star. Crit rate is 3. Prepare for the worst shit farming in the world.
Embrace a new
But yes, there's also really good gear that comes from here in general, but it's not the gear that's. I say this is the same gear you're supposed to give Treeby, so. Oh, they're saying Sunday and Ho Ho. Yeah, so if you're running both Sunday and Ho Ho, if you're running both of those, that's a bigger trick. Actually, I don't know. I've had Sunday forever. I just don't know. And then the bigger trick is just trying to get the rolls. See, they usually build her as glass cannon. That's kind of the concept is they build her as glass cannon, or they build her as DPS. That's usually how she is built. Now, I will say, Caster Ice, you can't do that. Caster Ice must be built. Like, Caster Ice needs a bunch of health, first off. If you don't do that, it's pretty bad. So, sometimes you can get lucky with RNG and you get your shit early on. So basically, yes. Have fun. The game is an auto battler, which really weird. Like, story makes sense because you have something to goddamn do. Here, welcome. This is just your life. You know what's funny about all the people streaming Stellar Blade? It's not that it's a bad game. It's like, of course, they all put the Gunner bait in the title just to trigger people, right? It's really that point of. I swear to God, most people are stupid. They're just dumb. I would say this for a lot of people. Like, I don't shame people. If you don't like playing a game, don't play. Quite honestly, yeah. A lot of people, their brains just break for some reason. And they try to function as normal. Like, they talk about self-awareness, right? It's like me trying to deal with the one guy. Like, his self-awareness was ass. It's not even straight B. It's like the other guy. His self-awareness is stupid. He doesn't realize he talks himself into an actual corner, but the moment he does, it's like, I could probably go pick out like 10, 15 tweets from that whole chain where he looked like an idiot. If I sat down and just looked, because he's like, he doesn't realize how self-realization just looks stupid.
Embrace a new life. May death protect us.
But yeah. So stupidly bad. See, I'm not gonna have any luck on this. These. Just not gonna help at all. And I have to have key ones. Because as I said, her stuff is based on speed. Her summon is based on speed. That's a downside.
Embrace a new life.
But yeah.
Protect us.
All these fuckers, bro. See, Gay Beans doesn't understand. I prefer him looking like an idiot. Like, here's the thing about it. I don't know. Half the time, if I fucking forget, like, if I actually forget I changed a setting, oh god, and I don't turn it back on. Mm-mm. Like, see, after certain updates, like, my OBS breaks quite frequently. Fucking really.
Embrace a new life.
So I think I'll. So even then, it probably wouldn't stream. Because OBS doesn't always pick up another window. Because that's actually the weird part. Because if I add another stream, or add another, like, either stream or I add another.
Embrace a new life.
It's funny that I'm getting more of the poet than I am the other one.
May death protect us.
I need to try and song. Yes. It's the only thing I hate about this game when you have a character that you need to actually physically farm. But a lot of Algea, but like, she's one of those ones that she's very gear dependent, so you have to have the stuff for her.
Embrace a new life. May death protect us. As you wish.
That takes a little bit though.
Embrace a new life. May death protect us.
And then if you go into synthesize it, you at least have the ones you can synthesize. I love how it's all the wrong ones. I love it how this is the one I need.
As you wish.
So Really, the big issue is it's just getting something that looks about right. Work.
Embrace a new life.
Ideally,
May death protect us.
yes, ideally, you want everything correct, but you're not going to get it all correct. Because it's not as much the HP, it's as much as the other.
Embrace a new life. May death protect us.
Receive divinity.
As you wish.
The dead return!
First one I've gotten. Doesn't mean it's good, though. Yeah, that's first. That's actually the first chess piece I've got.
Receive divinity.
That's the first chess piece of that set I've got. Gotten a bunch of the others. You know, there's that. It's a parody of Renown, which is done by someone in CG, but I'm like, these people are like weird. Looks like K Beans was one of the, honestly, EBS results? Bruh, that's like a really old claim. Never said that. I stopped trying to fucking track down fucking people's alts in CG. The thing is, this game, after a while, if you don't keep busy, it's just you go insane. You stop. To the worst thing I can do.
Embrace a new life. May death protect us. Root here.
The problem is, I'm trying to hunt the impossible stats. And that is a bitch. Because what I need is like certain stats.
Embrace a new life.
That's better. If yeah, no, this is gonna be it's closer after.
Receive divinity. Repay. Bloom.
Embrace a new life.
Probably burn through the rest of this.
May death protect us.
So body needs to be crit rate and crit damage.
Root here.
Feed it, least.
Blade of moon. In lunar flame.
Yeah, no.
Embrace a new life.
I think after like 10 times of this shit, you just like, why? But you have to do it, or else the gear you're gonna have on her is gonna be subpar. And if the gear is subpar, she's not gonna work. Oh, there's the boots. Oh. That's subpar boots. Like, I don't know why you have sub. Well, technically not subpar. I think it's gonna be subpar. Oh, I saw it. I didn't see you. Oh, that's it's not a tiny kid. That's just short. That is trippy.
Root here.
Tribby is like, she's either Mercury. I forget what she really is. She's either her. I think she's. Yes, she's Hermes. That sort. So, Tribby, I believe, is supposed to be Hermes. I. Okay. Because all the ones that are in the fire. So, all the people characters who come out of this are all supposed to have, like, Titan cores, so to speak. But I can't. Don't quote me, but I believe she is supposed to be Hermes, the messenger. See, they suspect that, like Cypher is supposed to be like, it's like one of the weird cores. So, and the reason I use her is because my whole lineup is follow-up. So, except for one. By the way, the dragon counts as follow-up too.
May death protect us! As you wish.
Hey, I'm on the last part of Pentakami's story. I just gotta finish Pentakami up. That's where I'm at. I just hate Pentakami with a passion. And sorry, you missed, See, so far, we have, like, I think it's most of the ones from the particular from this group. So, basically, since they all have Titan cores, right? So, basically, So, she is Thanos, which is death. She is supposed to be the messengers. But her prophecy is at least two are gonna die by the end. She's like three, so at least two are going to die before the end. At least that's the prophecy, of course. See, he's one of them. You're Greek, you should know this stuff. Axa, right? And Axa is the other one. Algea, she's one of them as well. She's the seamstress. Which I think she's like supposed to be Aphrodite. Um, the other characters, right? Like MIDI, my so here. So this, let me see. So they say Cipher. See, Cipher's one of them. And then there's Body. Basically. So I think they're about so Serinda is going to be truth. Hmm. Oh, second. But yeah, like Now I'm wrong. Tribby is Janus. Passages and roads, basically. She is no, so kind Sidra is going to be law. Let's see, Onyx. Well, Onyx is time. Tribox, Hector, it's oceans. Hyacintha is sky, which is Aquila. Phanon is world bearing, which is gonna be like Atlas. Exagoros is reason. Ah, yes. Algea is supposed to be romance. Medi is strife. And Castorice is death. Basically. Depending on how you say on the Titans, you feel. So she is Janus, death, strife. She's Aphrodite, so romance. The one that's not here, I'm pretty sure, I'm surprised. She is. She is Sky. They don't say who. And Cyphra is trickery. So whichever one trickery would be. So technically the only one's not out yet is Phanon and Electra. Electra, Travox, and yes. Those are the only ones not out yet. So basically, the current story is so all the ones are flame chasers, or they're supposed to be copies of the flame chasers, basically. Basically, okay, if you get the idea, it's supposed to be tragedy. So amorphous, or fuck, I'm probably tired. So it's gonna probably end with the destruction of the world, but I don't think they would do it. Actually, partly I don't think they would do it. The Pitakami was a simulation too. It's like a massive dream. But it has that same problem that Simaru has. It goes on too goddamn long. So it goes on way too damn long. It was the story arc that never ended. A little bit of mix of Greek and Roman mythology in them. See, the odd one out that's not there is Serene. And Serene looks like Algea. So the theory is she faked her death. So you go off that. She faked her own death. But for what purpose? We don't. But for namesake wise, you actually have to keep Cypher at like 170 speed. So if you don't keep Cypher at 170, it goes bad. You don't have her full buffs. That's why she was that weird pull character. Like, if you can make her 170, go ahead and pull her. But if you cannot make her 170, do not bother pulling her. That's what I'm seeing a lot of people, because Fanon, he actually, like, well, he looks literally like Kevin. So, like, Kevin from HI3, and it's old, but he's basically going to be a massive DPS hose. He's ridiculous. See, he's going to be the one that I kind of was going to pass on him, but then you realize if you pass on him, you're probably going to regret it. If you pass on him, you're probably going to kick yourself. Because unlike. So, she works. So, the reason why Agela basically works is because she uses summons and she's a follow. Basically. I'll be honest, if she wasn't a follow up, she also has like good break. So basically the whole planet is based on. So the planet is supposed to be Shield. So as the story so far as we know it is there's there's a version that we see of Phanon where he is probably the lone survivor of the prior era, similar to how he is in HI3. Like Kevin survived to the modern era somehow. Is how it works. Where and it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, the previous era storyline was I'm not shit up give them shit for duplicating it. Because it was actually a pretty good storyline. But it culminates in the Herrscher of humans, not sentience. I say it's humanity. Well, that's what I think she is, at least off the top of my head. No, Herrscher of human ego. See, she becomes that. So, and right now, so you have to have. So you literally have to have like 135 speed on her. That might be the one. So yeah, basically we all think it's been a cycle. Now the problem is they say Serene's gonna break the cycle, so take it for what it's worth. If she does, it will be. Then there's also the story. There's also the theory that she's. So she had a mortal shell, so to speak, but they also suspect that's what March 7th, because the idea is when they gave I mean that's just the theories, but one would say that she is March 7th. March 7th, she's been hiding in plain sight. But there's been a lot of theories about March 7th, though. March 7th has had so many theories around her. Like, I think she's going to be important later on. So, she was supposedly found in 8-phase ice, okay? Take it for what it's worth. She was woken up in 8-phase ice with no memories. Now, if you go off anything MiHoYo does, it's probably. If you go off anything they do, that literally means she's special somewhere. We just don't know where. Basically. And we really don't have any Hareshers in this game, so to speak. So. Uh, that HP sucks, but. But yes. You know what? The one of the few times I would probably trust the smart loadout. But other than that, like, end of the month coming pretty quick. Let me stream Genshin, because I was supposed to have something today, but some fucking jackass fucking. Look, I am irritated. Oh, God. We got another. Literally, we. Look, it'd be nice to have not a psychotic person in the fucking thing. It's not like. Okay. See, like, there's two ways people burst into the sector of dealing with Eric July and comics game. I don't think that. So, okay. I think that guy's looking for a quick buck. I kinda do. I mean, he has the time. The question is, does he have the drama potential? Like, okay. So, going and clout farming off people, that's just not gonna look good. Ugh. Like, ugh, that's an ugly chess piece. That is, that is a fucking ugly chess piece. I don't like it one bit. I might have to get rid of it. I may get rid of it based on the first. There's two number stats. There's two number stats. That's not good. Two number stats are not percentage stats, so that's the key. Works for now, but kinda gruesome though. That is a gruesome. That's a good chess piece, but that's also just gruesome. This is gruesome when it comes to it. 26. Defense is 13. Defense is Defense is 13. Her attack is slightly lower than recommended because they recommend 1600 for her. Crit rate's 19. He is 26. HP is 26, speed is 126. And her speed is still definitely lower. There's a good way to test her, though. Let's get her shit all leveled. I'd be prepared to be broke. Oh, anything 1.2 million lasts. Back farm a lot more of those. Need these. Yeah, these are. You have to level these. There's no choice. Because these are very important. That's going to be very important out to here. Speed, this is crit increase. These are where you start to see the credits used to go sky high into fucking oblivion. Hoping to have something, but apparently the fucking shit stains. Bro, it's 47. Nothing against him, man. Jesus, wasted. Partly I feel my time is wasted, dude. Because he has to realize how to film. Bitch, you've done YouTube longer than I have, done camera work, and you're telling me how you can't figure out how to upload shit to your own damn channel. Hey, what the fuck's going on with you? I got everybody else. Tony's camp is just so far gone. It's like, oh, Sean's being stupid. No, he's being retarded. Always. Just saying. Why are these people? Like, people, something they don't take my advice. I just advise against things quite frequently, of course. I advise against a lot of stuff that people do. But I'll also be the first to say to fucking cast the first stone, though. I'll be the first to cast a goddamn stone. See, though. See, sort of. I'm the first to cast a bloody ass fucking stone on motherfuckers that deserve it. I mean, I've been around YouTube like since '08, but I haven't done a channel for a little over a year. Now, think about a lot of stuff when you're doing a channel. You look at your metrics and you look at everything else. It's like Tony's gonna redo the metrics on his channel. It's like, oh, if you're gonna do like what? Supposedly that guy's a reality TV star, like he can't do what he used to do. You're gonna cash in on their July shit. What the fuck's wrong with you there? I'm like talking, it's something even to say. So you're just gonna detract? Maybe you already got like multiple people who do that already in the same space. So, and then you're gonna turn around and these may have to go back and get more of those. Fortunately, this is what it takes to get her up and running off the ground. If you don't, she's not going to be good.
Teacher, please continue to. Catacombs? In lunar flame.
Oh yeah, no speed and ear. I mean, technically, I have like 3 days. Uh, like 2 weeks. You really want to be technical about it. Well, what is this today? Today. So he comes out the first, so it's like, is it 12 days? Yeah, I got 12 days. Not even MC there. Alright, Karis. I gotta get her recommended up though. That's why I said her summon counts as both a follow up. Her summon counts as both a follow up and a summon attack in the right builds. So, because once it's out, like she's cool by the way. Like she is one of the sought after. Like, good or not. Seriously, if you go after it, there's a reason, like, she is pretty sought after. This will be the only second time she's. Was it 3-3? Yeah, so 3-3, I think, is the first rerun of her. Yeah, do this one. As you can see, she is just a beast unto herself. Thing is, a lot of people designed her as a glass cannon. So what I did is I put the, I couldn't really find good armor for her way back when. So I kept her in that, it's a physical armor. Every time she's hit, she gets plus attacks. Basically. So, she gets more attack and defense. Again, I've just been way too lazy to take it off of her. And what's funny is it's a lot much different than what she would be capable of. But it gives her physical damage, which is a null and void really for her. So, but it also increases her defense dealt. So, her defense is a lot higher than the average one. So in a way, she's like a tank. I don't like that health pool. I really don't. I don't like that health pool. But I don't think she can help it, though. I just don't think she can help it. The only thing that would change that is like a 6 point. If I get a chess piece that has a 6 as a health percentage on it. But that speed, though. Because you're actually supposed to use her with Topaz. See, her with Topaz. See, but then again, they don't run Topaz. There is no reruns on Topaz I say this season, but we might see a rerun of Topaz and Firefly this season. At least, I bet before 4.0. I would be shocked. But supposedly, we're not going to, so... Firefly is the last thing I need as part of the Hyper Break teams, I believe they called them. So, both go hand in hand. But there's lineups for Memory of Chaos that way. But I need to get her attack up too, so... I mean, she's not bad. She's definitely not... She's definitely not Memory of Chaos worthy, probably. But that's the also the funny thing about Hyacinth. She... Okay, so her special ability that not only heals, she summons a little, like, what's it, one of those little pink pony things? That's like her Mim sprite. Mimeo, yeah, her Mimeo sprite. But that's also a summon and a follow-up. So... Okay. Yeah, 80 more. Take the limit. They increased that. I'm halfway tempted to pull her. See, it's kind of like with Yuxuan. I'm halfway tempted to pull her core. Like her light cone is one of a kind. And it's the only other light cone that is gold. So it kind of limits her in a way. But at the same rate, it's just more that go. It's more of a grind. So... See, what's funny, I will say, a lot of people don't like Lu Chao. Lu Chao is one of the... Okay. The joke from the beginning of the game is that's actually Auto Apocalypse. Now, supposedly he's going to play a part. They showed, like, looks like a Void version of him. So a lot of the ones are supposed to have Mimeo sprites attached to them, so give or take. So, as I say, the prophecy is at least a majority of them are gonna die. So all the ones that have Titan cores. But then again, it's already suspected that Phanon is already dead. So, The whole thing's been basically the whole thing of Amorphous has been basically a dream or an afterlife of sorts. Because I think even when Don Hong like crashes and the other one crashes, they believe you're supposed to be dead. Because the main villain, unironically, looks like a version of Phanon with. Now, the only issue I find with the current Flame Chasers, as they're called the Flame Chaser cores, is they're all different. Some are follow up, other ones are not, okay? Tribby is a follow up. So, let's go off her. So, she was one of the first ones. Like, I think she was around that and into Miyabi. Not Miyabi, but. Sorry. Like in the name. Starts with a name. Medi. She was around the time of Medi. He came out. He is up, but now he's not terrible. It's funny he turned out to be better, but the dream lineup is to have a lineup that is nothing but follow up. But to do this, you need all of the ones that have follow up. But the fire up follow ups are the hardest to actually get. Because the fire follow ups, you need Topaz. Now, imagine in this setup, you can stick, if it's wind, you can stick phase out. Stick phase out in here, and I fucking guarantee you she'll ult every turn. Something similar. I mean, she can basically go off like once every turn. So. Fine. I'll get the last. I don't like that health. I really don't. Defense is good, but I don't like that health. I don't. That means she has the lowest health of everybody I own. That's not safe. That is not safe at all. Though, you know, the funny part is, that is the recommended build. Literally. Body is either crit rate or damage. Beat is correct. The other one, but god damn that. Look, that character feels too squishy for me. Like, there is no way that character's too. That character is too squishy. Like, if she's not in a team with healers, oh, fuck's sake, she'll die. But then again, it's deceptive because she has defense. Like, she actually has defense. So. But it's so weird. But she has the less health of everybody. I mean, technically, Trebi has to have more health because she. Okay, her stuff goes off health. By the way, if you find it funny, she looks a little bit like Nahida, but it's a little more stranger. So a lot of these, like, and the thing is, no offense, I didn't like using the little ice twink guy. First character 5-star I ever got was him. I call him the little ice twink. Because he really is. So the big thing too, right? Right now, a lot of your meta is decided by largely like burst. So the funny thing is, burst decides the meta in a way. So you don't see it, but so I call him the Ice Twink, the little light. I can never remember his name for the life of me. He's a mix of characters, kind of Genshin in another. But he's been in the game since the beginning. He's basically not terrible, but he's a single target, like ice. Part of the reason I use a lot of the people I use, it's because she might, if they have single target, they have at least follow up. He has follow.
Thus our fates become one. All life be revealed. So fragile, like a wisp of silk. All life be revealed.
But see, it's that. So burst has been pretty much what's been good. No, like, oh, sorry, I call it blast. Blast. Sorry, it's blast is what they call it in the game. See, single targets are cool, but that's not the issue. Single targets work, but the issue itself, it higher play. It is about the blast. Or were they?
Receive divinity. Repay.
So the idea, a lot of the ones, right, is more or less if you have an entire follow. The best stuff has to actually age the best is technically the burst. Burst or blast, basically. So, like, she has a blast. So if you look, that's what clears out. Blast clear out left and right.
Thus our fates become one.
Now, it is weird how the Lightning Lord, some could argue he doesn't. Like, I still use him if it requires me to use a summon one. But you're also talking about, generally, if it's ice. I mean, trust me, she's always been my favorite. That's just because I found a way to make her really stupid. But she's also the closest I'd probably get to Shin He. Now, arguably, I would say she is very much the. I'm not saying the basis for Skirk, but she's. Skirk's gonna have, like. She has a story. but like her story comes from the other. The biggest problem with her herself, like they don't offer her that much. I don't think they've replayed her at all. Really don't. Could be wrong. I mean, she got better with. She got a lot better. I want to say 7 months ago they did it. Yeah, 7 months. Yeah, her last rerun was 2.1. She looks a lot like Skirk when you start thinking about it. Like what we thought actually was going to be like the Skirk style model, but last time they actually ran her. Which is kind of crazy to its right. So, like, again, it's the Shinhei treatment. She's very much tied into the lore of the second place, the where you go. That's where she's tied into. But again, it's not like they run it. I mean, some of the characters, like, I'll be very honest, I think they have run Henrietta about fucking more twice than she did. Because I can count about 2 different banners that she's been a part of. But then again, Genshin really doesn't run. There's like there's characters people want, but they probably aren't gonna get a rerun unless you're pulling them. Because as I said, I think that's gonna be the first, like, I want to say this is gonna be the first. When was the last time we had Shinji rerun? Okay, that doesn't count, by the way. That does not count. But no. So her last rerun was 5.3 as part of Chronicle Wish Banner, which was full of stuff. And it also had, but her first rerun was with Ayaka. That's how far ago. Sure. answer. I just feel like I've been beaten. It's not good either. It's like I'm just getting sick later in the day. Not the greatest feeling, I tell you. No. No, no, no. Oh, that over. Not good. No. That's better. Oh, God. Combination I ate. Just, Jesus. I ate something I shouldn't have, but. Alright, food poisoning, weirdly enough. Changed my diet. That's what happened. Sounds like could have happened. Period. Yes. But as I said, there's a lot of bad banner reruns. Like, Genshin is getting bad about it. Like, this game. I mean, I'll be very honest. I can't think on the last time. What is it? See. Okay, Firefly's rerun was. So in this game, Firefly's rerun was December through the 14th. The Topaz's last rerun, was from October 2nd to October 22nd. I mean, hell, they're gonna do Skark dirty, though. Like, look, I'm all for weird, shitty ass banners, but sometimes. But they're gonna do Skark. Skark is going to be the queen mommy for that fucking run. And there's nothing nobody can do. Okay? That's the thing. There's literally nothing nobody can fuck. And that's the next run. And it's supposed to have a good story too, because it's gonna have to explain how how she falls back. Somehow too, she's not gonna be a descender. She's gonna come to the world as an alien. Because supposedly what? Actually, well, her story is gonna be interesting if they nerf her actual lore. Like, I will be very curious if they nerf her, like, actual lore. Like, if. I say if. Because Skirt's lore is, like, the only thing we've ever gotten out of her. Her actual lore. Is, again, she drop kicked an abyssal whale that was destroying Fontaine into the pit. Back into the fucking abyss. I mean, take that for what it's worth. Which, I mean, if you don't think is underwhelming, you'd be very shocked. But then again, there's the whole thing with the full sky. Apparently, her master can open the full sky. Now, if you go by the trailer, of course, but that's actually going to be an interesting story, though. Because it begs the question that she was. So she is, in fact, quote unquote, like, Skirk's lore is going to be very different than anything. Like, Shinhee's. Well, first off, they're always doing. I hate to say it. They're doing either Kazuha dirty or they're doing. What is it? God, Altaheim? Because they've been running him on, like, the same banners forever. They're like, well, you can choose one, you can choose the fucking other. Well, but running Skirk and Shinhee is a little bit brutal. No offense. Both, I actually, okay. I should say one character is highly desired more than the other. Skirk is wanted because Skirk. Okay, so Skirk's entire MO, we've known about her model. But there's also a lot of people who would easily pick up. Like, they would pick up Shinhee. But they also need to do a Catalolly rerun this year. But they are. Now, you got like two versions before. We got like two versions before, like. So 8. Columbiana is supposed to be 6.3 or 6.4. But yeah, no. Going into 5.8, I'm curious. Did they say what the 5.9 banner was? So, hold on. I'm kind of see official because we're supposed to have we are actually, because a lot of it's been rumor for a, so 6, 7, 8. Damn, better. Okay, so 5.8 is gonna be Catalolly. Um, there's rumor. So yeah. I mean, the big thing too, right, is 6.0. I have a feeling for Genshin is going to be sacked like shit. By the way. So 6.3, so 6.1 No, they wouldn't put off Zaritza until 7. I mean, a lot of people actually have it. So, like, Durin. But a lot of, like, this game, we already know what the next two are. I mean, technically, HI3 has, like, its banners already predicted, but a lot of people are waiting for the Helena. Apparently, the Carol one's going to be a little demon lord one, so she isn't going to die, so to speak. Yep. I do love how these all cost boss shit. By the way, down here. But yeah, like, so the next. So yeah, there's a lot of people, like, we'll see what when. I think when 6.0 hits. Because actually, what's funny is they're supposed to drop. See, everyone's gonna forget her name. They're supposed to drop the fire, the one that gets killed, the harbinger that gets killed in Inazuma. So as I said, 6.0 for Genshin is probably gonna be. So like Genshin, I'll expect Genshin to be really hot on characters like for the next like at least 6.0, unless they actually make the fucking same mistake they did with Natlon. Now, if they make the same mistake with Natlon, okay, then they'll have problems. If they make the same mistake. The biggest problem with Natlon's characters is they just didn't feel right and they weren't there was weird characters in general. And that actually hurt Natlon. But like seriously, Natlon's characters outside of about 3 all suffered. I mean, honestly, there was only about 3 characters I wanted from Natlon. Well, you need the Earth Cat, Catalale, and you need Malika. So that's just the thing. You kind of need both. There's about one of the, I would say, 2 that survived. But the issue right now is a lot of the banners in the game. Like, ZZZ's banners are gonna fall off like a freaking. Like, I can tell you right now, ZZZ banners are just gonna fall off. Outside, I say, of Jufufu, which is the next one. I might as well. Fine. I'll do this fucking story. I'm bored. I need to get through this. I've been really bad about not doing this.
See, I told you it wasn't going to be that simple. Where is it? This door. There's no end to this. This memory zone is
Okay.
overly twisted. I have to use an elegant method. So you two, please give me a little time.
Well, it's more funny. I guess I'll go through this. I'll have to explain what mimeomancers are. Mimeomancers are key because apparently Amorphous is supposed to have one. Right? And that's Serene. Mimeomancers keep memories.
The girl who was with you.
Firefly.
It eludes me, but there is a known semblance in the memory zone, mirroring the essence she radiates. Is she running? This is not good. Everyone, we must hurry. There's no time. I'll just have to break the rules and use some methods to help you phase through the memory zone. I picked up slivers of her thoughts in the memory zone. These will help you form an impression of her.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you must hang on to these thoughts with all your might and shape them in your mind. I got some very familiar memories just now. She's not the only old friend who has appeared here. There was also a third party at the scene when you ran into danger. Hurry, through here.
Penacami's pretty old at this point. Penacami goes all the way back to when they first did the Swarm. Because part of it was, but Genshin's whole like story that's leading to the full sky was they're hinting at there is nothing beyond the false sky. So 5.8 is probably going to be a very big, like, big one.
A dangerous presence lurks nearby. Everyone, be on your guard.
Mm. Oh. Ooh. That boss was kind of a bitch.
You alright?
Ooh. But she's not dead. And they don't kill anybody in this game ever. I swear. This is where in the this is about the arc they introduced Black Swan. Black Swan is actually pretty good. Like her basic mechanic is using the boss though. Basically. Mm.
I'm really sorry, but I have to leave for a short while. Death still hovers about, and I must personally ensure Miss Himiko and Miss March 7th safety. I'll leave her to you, Miss Sakura.
The other most powerful character ever.
I'm sorry for what happened. I was too focused. It was my hesitation that caused her to lose her life. But if in that moment I chose to drop. Sorry, I had no choice. Yes, we will. But not yet. Before the hunt, we should keep our eyes peeled. Do not let pain. Once, someone said to me, no compassion for the enemy, for that is cruelty upon yourself. And then, this is the only advice I have for you.
I'm back. Miss Himiko has something to tell you. There's good news and
Bad.
bad news.
Yep. I'm pretty sure. As I said, this story goes on for fucking too long. Petakami was uh, March 7th, instructed therefore unnoticed by the man.
Which is why I must
Miss Black Swan, do you not intend?
I also, while we're departing,
If we can start investigating on the way.
let's go.
Sorry, but could you give me. May death be the end of your boundless dream, guiding you back. Let's go.
This way. Follow me.
Oh. That part of Petakami starts to feel like Simaru. It's not as painful, but it goes on for ages. Okay, like it's just if I say it, just it's one of those weird ones where okay, if a story, sorry, the story overstays its welcome, it shouldn't go on as long and be painful. Yeah, kinda go back that way. So the whole thing is, I guess they say too, it's like the space leviathans, because the whales. Well, technically, there's whales as part of like here. So I'm correct if I'm wrong. You know, it's been a while since I've seen them. But like the whales, when they die, they'll they go off memories. So it keeps Penacami afloat, basically.
What's going on? Why is it?
Mm.
The way is fraught with difficulty. Thus our fates become one. All life be revealed.
It's not really necessary.
Let's wait and see.
Puzzles.
These are all charred remains.
They're still smoldering.
I suppose we can.
So basically, when the
This monster.
like basically when the whales die, they're supposed to like
Looks like this monster.
cause like because the leviathans are tied to like they're more of a primordial force. Then again, Penacami is supposed to have really good lore, and it kind of does.
Something's off.
I cannot reach.
Just listen to your gut.
From the memories of his carcass, he entered through the door. I take back what I said. We have to hurry if his goal is that place. You two this way. I'll try to create a stable shortcut for you.
Okay. Basically, it's like a memory hotel.
Look. Upon leaving the lobby, the structure has become chaotic. Face through that corridor and be careful. Do not
Uh,
alert the moon.
who cares? I really don't care. They're gonna die regardless. I want them all dead, and I really don't care. When I want something dead. I can. Simple. Leave no ad standing. So that is how this works. Plus, I want whatever materials they drop.
Look. Upon leaving the lobby, the structure has become chaotic. Face through that corridor and be careful. Do not alert the meme.
I mean, technically, am I supposed to be 80 coming through here? No. You're not supposed to be this powerful coming through here. It's a fact. If you come through here this powerful at the story, you're gonna probably murder it.
Blade of moon. In lunar flame.
The foretold triumph draws nearer.
There's a whole bunch of little mini games here. Oh, I see that. I mean, might as well hit that wall here. So if you hit that while you're here, you don't have that issue. Now do it.
This is truly a magnificent sight. It's this room, then.
Exactly what it means. You two may not be able to phase through physical structures like memo keepers, but I've got a great idea that will help you. It's really easy. See this? Still remember what I taught you? Feel the flow of the memoria. Walk up the wall, and then get close to it.
Hold on. Because technically, this was the. They introduced about two of the most powerful characters we ever had in this particular area. This particular one, close. It was Black Swan and it was Acreon. Acreon to this day is still the more powerful.
Thus our fates become one.
So, I should probably change out. But of course, these also have the most annoying enemies known to man. I probably should change it. Should probably change. I said like just like fucking simple. All this shit stays.
A little honesty would do us good.
But at that point, you might as well just run Kafka. You run Kafka and Black Swan for the memes. On top of the DOT that just murders them.
An abundant fragrance, worthy of recognition. A gentle texture and a fine craftsmanship.
It's supposed to be tough.
Thus our fates become one. All life be revealed. In lunar flame. Blade of moonlight.
Basically, it ends. What she just does what they. This is supposed to be tougher.
So fragile, like a wisp of silk. All life be revealed.
So basically, yeah, a lot of these are just like you have the hard chest still here, so might as well clear them out while you're here. It's either that or you're gonna go after them. Mhm.
Let's wait and see. A traveling merchant needs a knowledge of puzzles. Repent!
I remember coming through here the first time. So bad. It's like, to be honest, they have like gorillas that
A moment's excitement.
I'm not saying they're worse. So they summon like I can still technically see them in the like you still see them in the game, so to speak. But like they used to be such the worst enemies when you run into them the first time. So they have like an enrage, but like the bartenders basically.
Look, a solitary chain. Look, it's common sense and easy, right?
Are we?
Don't worry. Okay. Here.
We landed safely.
Don't imitate the memo keeper without the accompaniment of one. Wouldn't it be lovely if these nosy newcomers found their way back home?
Of fucking course, you pieces of shit.
Thus our fates become one.
At higher tiers, those damn things are annoying.
Receive divinity.
It's because they actually have a giant AoE. But if you actually get their weakness outright, you're able to just murder them in one go.
So fragile, like a wisp of silk.
No one will disturb us now. Here, how about I show you a little magic trick? Are you ready?
Is that
Yes. As for the context,
she mentioned?
thinking of you even in your. She seems to be sharing her discovery.
She has no idea. The situation is
Perhaps. Good.
based on these
She mentioned that they might have had their eyes on.
Do you mean
This is just the worst case. There's something else he cares. She had no other way to leave but from the side corridor. Unpredictable pathways pointing toward a wandering mean. She was completely lost in the memory zone.
Oh, fuck you too. So much. You just want to explore, but you can't explore. You explore later on, but
After that, it's the end. Seems like someone has been awaiting us. Ready to step into the spotlight now. Stellaron Hunter Sam.
careful?
commotion for my taste. Time for revolution. God.
Never hesitate! Too slow.
Allow me to see you off. Abyss flower, bloom.
Thank you.
Combat
Stay
is a
safe.
series of precise machinations.
I venture forth to hunt. Always soaring. Forever triumphant! Invincible!
Set the seas ablaze.
Pity, you chose the wrong enemy.
Fine, but I actually switched to the wrong character.
Thank you.
That which
Stay
is
safe.
seized must be repaid.
That won't do.
Once you're back in the real world, remember to tell everyone about the Stellaron Hunter who was behind your ultimate departure. Execution. Underway.
Abyss flower, bloom. Eternal sleep is not the
I'm
end.
back. This is Firefly.
The dead will return.
Perhaps you still don't understand. The Almighty never conceals its desire to control the heavens. And I'm no exception.
Oh, and friendly? Yes.
We're running out of time, Aggie. Let's hurry.
That doesn't help her. Now, ideally, if you wish to go cheeky and do the whole, look, I know these stupid way. Go her, and her. Just for the record. Could do it.
Lady Treby, please stay close.
Let's wait and see.
Numbers.
There's a reason Firefly is very scary. Just a bit. Uh-huh.
Embrace new life, Pollux.
I only wish that death may protect us.
Pity, you chose the wrong enemy.
Once you're back in the real world, remember about the Stellaron Hunter who was behind your ultimate departure.
Oh, you an ass.
Receive divinity. Eternal sleep is not the end. The dead will return. That which is seized must be repaid.
Please cherish the time before your soul withers. Please, wait here.
Being direct is always preferable.
Abyss flower, bloom.
We like you.
Countless threads, all within my grasp. Thus, your fate and mine become one.
Life is not as fragile as butterfly wings. Sleep now.
She sound like a mixture of the Haresher of death, in a way.
Life, so fragile like a wisp of silk. Embrace new life, Pollux.
That's Pollux? Is that Pollux? Is it really Pollux? Okay, see, I really need to play into the story. Like, they call that Pollux? Real. So she turned Pollux into... I do not. That's worse. That is just...
Please cherish the time before your soul withers. I grant you this as your wish.
Is that fair, Zen? Life, so fragile like a wisp of silk.
Receive divinity.
Thank you, friend.
Is it coming?
Wouldn't be so bad, even the first. Now that shit would wipe out a fucking team.
Is not the end. The dead will return. That which is seized chose the wrong enemy. Abyss flower, bloom.
Life is not as fragile as
You're a tough little shit. That's what I said.
bound by the threads of lives.
Wow.
End is not yet at hand. Sad.
That fucking fire.
Embrace new life, Pollux.
Funny you never had to play the story, but bear in mind there's nothing like having the ultimate. It's like the pet dragon. That's
Receive divinity.
Thank you, friend.
Eternal sleep is not the end. The dead will return.
Please cherish the time. Sleep now. Is that air sense? Your breathing is erratic.
oh, still gonna take it, babe.
Life is not as fragile as butterfly wings. Please, wait here.
Abyss flower, bloom.
I shall remember this warmth.
Allow me to see you off. Receive divinity.
You like you.
That which is seized must be repaid.
As I said, for the meme.
Fade in time.
If I went for the meme team, I would actually go Swan, go Black Swan, Kafka, and then go Aquila. Which, by all means,
Countless threads, all within us. Your fate and mine become one.
not gonna lie, she does a shit ton of damage. There's a legit reason Firefly is scary. Pink. Oh no.
Leave the dance stage to them, my dear.
What a show. Well, thank you for your efforts, Memo Keeper. Quite a brilliant move to pit enemies against each other.
Look, hot take, the most overrated character in the game, but, you know,
I never thought you'd successfully.
As promised, I've delivered the child to you. Our transaction is...
Instead, you usually have people who are directly tied as emulators, because emulators or they are direct to the powers that be.
They won't be able to attend. Do you know why? Because Ifrit is dead. They were eliminated on their way. The assailant, demonstrating remarkable expertise, ruthlessly ended Ifrit and swiped the invitation that the Annihilation Gang had in their possession. The Everflame Mansion disbanded Thereafter, a mysterious Galaxy Ranger arrived on Penacony, checking into the hotel with only a music box. Do you still... The Galaxy Rangers come and go like shadows, and there's little communication between them. Her story is almost too perfect. She remains silent. There's no concrete evidence. So, my friend, the choice is yours now. You can leave this place immediately, without looking back, and forever forsake the chance to get closer to the truth. Or, you can accept my invitation and learn a truth. A truth potent enough to upend everything in Penacony. I need your help, so I'll wait, but not for long. As for aligning with me, see the truth first, then decide. You'll still have time.
Hey, hey.
Acheron is the emanator of a particular eon? But he gave me
The closest you get to the actual powers that be is the emulators that actually are.
My take on, in my view, he was always. I admit I made a transaction. You need to in Penacony. Everyone may be. Do you still guarded of recollection? I still believe that Miss Firefly's situation is. I can't fathom why he dropped. No, it was an unexpected. That's why, during this golden soiree, she is the dance's center. Why, of course. I know you're. No matter what, I will for the truth. Later, I'll stay.
go and meet Aventurine, or I could still choose not to help.
I'll say I don't think they're a choice.
Excellent. I've said before, I don't do deals where I'm on the losing end. Please, this way.
But before Sunday,
Oh, right. I remember mentioning something after that.
as I said, before Sunday, there was him. And he still was part of teams.
Do you remember last time we met? This is it. Oh, I remember. Tell me. I remember. Look, friend. The game has already begun. Allow me to make you an offer. One you can't refuse. No reason to choose otherwise. And no other choices.
Father's guest list?
Yes, I received the report that death had taken some of them. I'm sorry, I forgot you just... Somehow, a nightmare called death has descended upon Penacony, striking indiscriminately, bringing spiritual death in the utopian dreamscape envisioned by the family. Such sorrowful incidents shouldn't arise. It profoundly undermines the equilibrium and serenity of the dreamscape. How detestable.
I can't believe this has happened. What?
Yes.
I'll
There
let
were
you
two.
get this.
One was a stolen. Was you. That's enough, fool.
Pretty sharp, aren't you? Chicken-winged boy.
The oaths of harmony talks about honesty. The words of a fool. Please leave. They're...
Oh, come on, lighten up. Why so serious with all... I'm just curious. Now things have come to this. Is the family still unwilling to fight? I mean, your darling sister's already a goner. Really?
It's not yet time. When the fated day arrives, I shall mete out justice with
Wow, you can endure that much? Truly a heart of ice you've got there. How about this? I'll stand in for your dear sister at events. Surely you don't want the world to hear the Charmony Fest.
the family.
All right, all right. Just putting it out there. If you're ever in a pinch, remember, I've got your back. I mean, who could resist a guy rocking spikes on his wings?
There's no need. The malefactor has been exposed under their radiant gaze. Should the transgressor fail to turn away from this path, their sword will be honed, their bow and when that time comes, the heathen will realize they are but a mere mortal. Doomed. And I...
Ah, friend. My expression wasn't much better than yours when I first saw this. Your eyes aren't deceiving you. It's her. The famous singer, Robin. Well, first of all, can I just say that this had nothing to do with me? I'm just an unlucky bystander here. The family can testify for me. If you don't believe me, just ask anyone in the Bloodhound family. They hate me, and they hate the IPC. This is not where the crime happened. What I showed you was a memory. The most basic light cone manifesting tech. Authorized by... Did you really think the Galaxy Ranger was an outsider this whole time?
Trying to kill, I think, it's all the Apocalypse gang.
The safety
That was actually her whole plot.
dream.
Those characters are actually supposed to be released.
And safely return.
Link and about one or two versions.
What gives them the confidence to make such conclusive statements? Because behind this promise is the harmony. The family's dream.
Which is funny, they're gonna just supposedly release, because most of them are supposed to be dead. They're rumoring about
This line of defense to create
before the next main version.
Not even a memo keeper could do that without the family's permission.
the destruction uh, emulator was in the previous.
This way, unfortunately, the remembrance doesn't lie. What we just saw is the reality that happened, and it won't fade from our minds just because we wake up.
Because the garden maintains things. So that it's actually say that's why the garden is part.
But follow your heart. Hold on just a... There you go. I also pay great attention. Then, what fascinating memory.
A family rep. Is Himiko okay?
In fact, it's probably one of the cooler places. Yep. Literally, they built Pentacami, and Pentacami
If I
goes.
could take a moment to gather my thoughts and wait for everyone to arrive.
As I said, that's what one of the ones. This was so long in the terms of fucking shit. But it's like once I get past it, I'll be good. Once I got past Simmer, it's the weight off my shoulders.
Better unsheath that blade now, Ranger.
Do you still dream, Hunter? Of those slain by your hand?
That's funny because Duke Inferno's the items, but
It appears the outcome has already been determined.
You're still alive, as are you.
That's actually the Duke Inferno is the actual like the set that uses G.
You won't get special treatment.
You tread the narrow path of the hunt. You could never understand. We come from the fire and are born bathed in fire. We spread. Burning forms the entire life of a fire demon. From the beginning to the end. We are born to die.
Your companions don't seem to.
They are my children, my flames.
Why?
Because on the path they have fallen, Emanator, you cannot hide your true identity. Draw that destruction is intense.
Even if the answer.
What is important is justice even.
All right.
You shall witness the most brilliant and intense fire in existence. May this flame.
A bottomless. This blade remains in its scabbard. I'll reveal the truth to you. The hunt.
Learning this myself because I
Death be the end of guiding you back to the wake. I still see them in my dreams. Hold it. Your time hasn't come yet. I've seen many clever disguises that can conceal appearances. They can never cover up who a person really is. And you're no different. You had no desire to kill the Trailblazer. You only did what you did to drive me and the Memo Keeper away, but... Did Destiny's slave make you do it?
You know, Elio.
I thought this is just the kind of thing that'd get written into your script.
that's Kafka.
My script has always been brief. Other than that, he knows my nature. There is but a single destiny from which no one can escape. And until then, however, you appear to be ignorant of this. So it's time for
But it's a strange character.
Miss Firefly from Black Swan.
Reality cruises on. Stay strong, everyone.
Let's recap everything then.
Indeed we
Looking back, he seemed a little evasive.
The family's plan.
But the murder that followed closely after was
It may also be that Miss Firefly's murder had After all, the nature of the two murders is fundamentally different. The family's first protective measure should be against malicious actors among the guests, such as that IPC on.
all the while it
Are we missing?
At this point,
look, let's try. I've still got
This time we're playing the role.
as I see things, the family plus
I mean, technically, the IPC is nobody's friend because what they did not opal. So technically, we have Avertine, Topaz, Jade, Avertine, Topaz, and Jade. Of the grades, well, technically they're like different grades, but they're like banking.
for that eventually.
complex. He appealed convincingly to both sides. We also yes.
You're like a broken record. Forget about it.
Could you Looks like Aventurine is happy with this outcome. Let's tell everyone about it. Aventurine's goal, the existence of death, will... An attack on the hotel? He's definitely going. Aventurine has devoted... I was also... I'm just He's clearly a born...
Aventurine said something. He accused that galaxy ring. It was a groundless accusation, which maybe Aventurine's. However, I asked. You've met her many times now. That fits the stereotype. Eccentric, unpredictable.
Checked off the list.
Yeah, but
I hope it's not because when I... No, everyone's still
Looks like Aventurine does.
Among your current clues, one thing I'm curious about...
How about we split off into two?
focusing.
I will.
supposedly it's like Pentagami has a thing. It's maintained by the dreams of like or deaths of the dying leviathans.
Honored guest, could you come out for a second?
I'd be embarrassed too. Stereotype them.
Forgive me. My name is, well, Yang. I'm one of the crew members on the Astral Express.
Well,
Is there something about my name?
first, don't you want to know my name?
I already do, Miss Acheron. You're a prominent.
What are they saying about me?
Some claim that you're the real culprit behind these murders.
Sorry, yes, Annihilation Gang is what I was thinking of.
Was a result
Annihilation Gang is supposed to get its first characters, or at least a couple of them,
unleash another bloodbath
in
on Laconia.
oh,
The Annihilation Gang.
Ifrit of Everflame.
Tragic fate. That Duke turned his dying body
Okay, I'm gonna say this. He was in the 1.0 version, but he's a carryover from really Honkai in general. But what's funny is he's in the really early game, so to speak. Now he is forgotten about, but he has the ability to create black holes. Yes, black holes. He's like pure abyssal power. So you need abyssal or just dark matter powers. And no one knows why. He's just been on board the Astral Express the whole time.
That shouldn't be necessary. But if it makes the nameless feel less defensive, I'll be. Believe it or not, Galaxy Ranger, Acheron. Those are the names I go by to this very day. I'm here for the Watchmaker's legacy. And that's it.
Still unwilling to reveal?
It's not that I don't want to. It's just that I can't. I've come so far, and I can't sum up all of that. Everyone has their own unspeakable past. Secrets that they don't want to be revealed. And I won't be asking any more questions. Such is why the Astral Express is roaming around the cosmos with a Stellar on board. Is she okay? That memo keeper didn't do anything.
She's fine. Let's just stick with the topic. Gaining my trust depends on how much you're willing to reveal.
I've run around many different Penacony dreamscapes just to try and find that legacy. And during this period, I came into contact with quite a few guests. In the process, I gradually came to realize the secret of Penacony may be closely related to the Trailblaze. That's why I've come to ask for your help. I don't have enough proof yet, but I'd like to speculate something. The source of all tragedy lies within the family. If you could trust me, we could find the proof to support this claim. Mr. Yang.
Let's leave it. Share your findings with me and me alone. I don't want vague conjecture to interfere with other people's judgments before we find solid proof.
Strangely enough, he is supposed to have a connection to the Annihilation Gang, if I am correct by what I've heard.
By the way, would you like something to drink? Before we go, how about 2 cups of Wake the Heck Up? As the conversation
It's a good arc. I mean, it's kind of a heavy arc, but
Watching her closely for a while now, and the first invitation, she just sat in one corner, keeping silent, chugging down a couple cups of Wake the Heck Up. I told her it's a pungent, bitter beverage. Not that.
Really? But I don't taste.
The guest rooms are charmingly an aesthetic you share, Miss Acheron. It's a cinch. This music box. The invitation received by the Annihilation Gang. They're latent. You see, memories of you are not yours alone. They travel in other people, other things. I know much, and I can predict even more. With some help, the dead can be made to speak. The Annihilation Gang, that band of desperados who all disappeared after meeting you. What exactly happened to them? Well, let me.
Gradation 12. Dreamscape 12. Father, I dedicate this to you.
that's Vivian's voice.
Well done. Wherever they go, shall be met by annihilation.
There it is. It's hazy, but it's Ifrit's voice. The other one is probably his progeny. was the residual memory from when the invitation was first delivered. They were abruptly interrupted. Then,
There.
what happened next is.
They sought refuge in a land of sleep, merely wishing for undisturbed rest, away from the storms. Children of the flame.
She won't be necessary.
The Everflame Mansion has set out on a journey. Those poor people. They have no idea what lies in wait. Memory recovery is going well, but slowly. She'll be here soon, and time is short. There's nobody else here, so there's no need to be delicate. In fact, I think I'd better go all out. What happened? The memory after that is blank. How is that possible? This music box fell into Acheron's hands, and she brought it to Penacony. It's like it's been erased.
Who are you? Who are you?
It's... No.
Oh, a memo keeper. Do you serve the Garden of Recollection? Or the Cremators?
Then you must have heard about the Memory Zone meme. When I graciously deigned to establish connections with the Oak family on your behalf, they were quite in a pitiful state of disarray. Besides Robin, there were
2 murder cases? This murderer. It's just that they're.
incredible.
There are plenty of. Robin is what she called. If that girl hadn't gone hoarse from singing practice, there'd only be one possibility. But she died.
A complete and utter. There were eyewitnesses.
Well, things aren't looking too optimistic.
A probability. But if you simply can't control that man.
Who?
Sunday.
It's Sunday.
Public hearing or.
If it were the
Fine. Ratio, without any further ado.
I think Sunday's the actual main zone.
The Dewlight Pavilion
Fortress.
This mansion nominally belongs to Sunday, and is very befitting.
Hey, Doc. Whose side are you on?
Who's to say I will?
We'll see.
Follow me and I'll.
Hey, you two! That's a place of business.
I was request.
Oh,
Excuse me.
the one on your head. Of course, it's nothing.
Right, and
That's because you.
it seems like.
A dead end.
The door is shut
I mean,
for security. On the previous occasion.
maybe we should do the same.
Aberdeen clearly is like still good for what he does. What of them, huh? Did you switch my fucking party? Never mind. I'll be fine. Really? Now let's be happier when they get Pentacom down. I know I'm like on the last part of the story. I swear, but not be shocked. By the way, not saying Aberdeen's not good, but Aberdeen does.
It's on me.
Thus our fates become one.
Basically. To be honest, the dinosaurs, like this part of the story, I mean, granted, they may have toughened the story up, but I was already on a very high end of the story before this one. Oh yeah, that's right, Aberdeen gives a shield with what we use him.
Or maybe I'll take it all.
Honestly, I should pull him, but I already have Sunday. But then again, he's probably gonna be a must pull whenever he fucking gets back into rotation. If I have nothing going on. I hate to say it. I don't know, but I've Doctor. You already have like a higher doctor ratio too, so.
Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
He does serve a really good purpose, though.
Thus our fates become one. All life be revealed.
I mean, his shield is pretty busted. I mean, granted, he's only rivaled by at least what is the ice guy that gives a shield. So. Like snooker table, huh? Need to top my coffee. I should. I had to play with him. It's fair to play with him. No, if he serves my team.
Spend freely. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all. Watch your head.
I underestimated you.
It's on me.
I do need to unlock this, though. Oh, no, sorry. Oh, God. See, I play these games so much I just forget. Look, all this shit runs together. There's one. The only mode that I don't have actual access to. Apocalyptic Shadows, actually. Like, I could probably go. I could probably go to Apocalyptic Shadows, but. Serve my team well. I'll experiment with him and see. So I have to use him or change what I use. Then again, see. Yeah, so they finally updated the stuff. So Hysolence and Calendria, yeah. People are actually calling her the, blanking the name. I don't know if I see it. Not Shuhei. Yes, Sihong. Yep. She has a very similar feature to that. But she looks very much like, the actually more, like, Honkai Impact version of her, though. So. Good free-to-play character, though. Check something. To be fair. He's just not very good when you have the whole... Fine. There.
Thus our fates become one. So fragile, like a wisp of silk. All life be revealed.
It's on me. This is hardly enough for a seat at the table.
Really?
Catagons?
Spend freely. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
As much as I would bash Avertine, Avertine was also the part of the lineups that is very similar. He gets very much promoted.
The foretold triumph draws nearer.
Thank you. Give us a clue.
Just as I thought. Here's the correct answer.
A truly
Really?
I was being.
Oh, impressive. So much for Mr.
Do you need me to remind you? We're in a dreamscape. No matter how grand the mansion looks, it'll not.
Yeah, you're right.
Cut away the heart of strife.
Spend freely.
Pentakami does not grow on you,
The foretold triumph draws nearer.
quite honestly. Now, this just is my perspective, but damn it.
Cut away the heart of strife. Thus our fates become one. All life be revealed. So fragile, like a wisp of silk.
I do get parts of Pentakami to be really good. Like until you get to about the Sunday part.
Spend freely.
So the kind of the thing is like storytelling. But it's also that I think the only redeeming arc is it actually introduced really good characters. Now Dr. Ratio is just a weird. But Avertine, Black Swan, Acreon, Firefly all came from this.
It's on me.
That's the thing about this. Unlike Simaru, Simaru barely had any memorable characters. At least in my opinion. You had Nahida, and you have Wonder.
A little honesty would do us good. Catagons?
You have like Kazuha that kind of was there out time out to him, but at least here. But you weren't really screwed though if you missed Abertine. Abertine's still pretty good for what he is, but it's a shield. There's a bird. Yeah, it's one of the birds. Yep. Yep. You have to find all the origami birds. But honestly, it's such a weirdest setting in the world. Like, I think the setting is good, don't get me wrong. Like, the setting in there is good. Yeah, cool. You can teleport. You can transform, being assholes, which... Nothing new and nothing out of the ordinary, really.
It's on me. Bust.
I mean, Abertine has that spoiled brat mentality, though. What's funny is, like, when you think he's about a criminal, it turned and whatever. Alright. Hello, Oliver.
It's over already. Fast enough for you?
Some are harder than others. Others are not.
My hands are just itching to chop it up. Sometimes it's nice to slow down a bit.
No dirty tricks.
Albertine was one of those first stupid, overpowered characters. In a way, it was kind of like Japard in the beginning. Like, if you had him, you could just shield everything. But the only downside was, at least in my opinion, when it was about this era of the game, was light wasn't everywhere. That's the only difference in the era of this game. Like, you had light. Light was more the universal. You still had, like, roughly about still the most of the main elemental. Honestly, they keep transforming their shit with the wind. I'll just change that out. Really? Hi. I'm also trying to get all the secrets through here, so I do not want to come back through here again. Ever. This thing, she's not broken at all.
Nothing major.
Weird part is you almost don't need a healer, considering. You almost don't need a healer if you have them. So yeah, no.
Spend freely. Bust.
I mean, but Pimikami has that really good, like, parts of it have really good mysteries, but parts of it are also so drawn out, it's beyond stupid. But you still have to collect these chests. You know?
Time for revolution.
You have to actually clear it out, though.
It's on me.
The only time you don't clear them out is unless you die. Or they're too tough. Be a rarity. Because that's the thing about See, not that they make the main lead up that Sunday's the villain the whole time.
It's over already. Fast enough for you?
You're supposed to be harder, but granted, by this part of the story, you're not supposed to be higher level. So the idea, Pentakami was also I think Pentakami also had like the first time you started to see the darker elements. Like you kind of started to sense it because hmm, the emulators were the big deal. Like it kind of hinted at more about the emulators. Now we know more about the emulators now than we used to. Oh god, all these fuck things are so annoying. But you don't die. I mean, they do die. And they don't last a turn. They shouldn't last a turn, but they do. So a lot of the things about Pentakami was actually supposed to, I think it's like supposed to like explore like the darker side, correctly. I'll see by the end. But it was actually not the only one of the few things that saved it was some of the lore dump. But it was also the holdover back before we went back to the main story. Because there was parts of it that got extended. Just because. Because normally you have about 3 parts. Literally. Simaru and Genshin was 3.0 to 3.9. That's not a minor understatement. Bullshit, and it even goes into like 4. Like all of Simaru. It's not like you explore parts of Simaru. You explore a majority of Simaru by the end. Simaru is one of those beat down parts of the story. So much so I need to do the 80 wonder level, and I need mushrooms. I don't even go over there. Like I have him at 70 for Wanderer, but I need to get him to 80. Potentially higher. But those Rakash mushrooms are like honestly, they're in a really shitty spot down there. And I'm like, I don't even venture in there. It's like I have to force, if I play that, I have to force myself to go in and go over there. It's like, But you're gonna have to come over here anyways.
Found it. This is it.
Oh, so you're gonna have to come over here anyway. Dude. Go. Go to the other side.
In the name.
If I were you,
Oh, this reminds me of one of those buildings. Oh, look. The gap is closed.
indeed.
Actually. Oh, fine. Let's find a way to open the door.
Sometimes it's nice to slow down a bit.
Catacombs?
One. Might as well get all the chests while I'm here too.
Nice. But surely there's something better out there. Sometimes it's nice to slow down a bit.
So he has weird industrial dolls.
Hello! Woke, I am an oak soldier. You tell me. I am a normal model. Happy to be in jet. Fast and smooth model. What's up with that? Now the family's toys are trying to frame me? I didn't do a thing to it, Doc. You gotta be my witness.
I saw nothing.
Oh, capsule machine. There's no mechanism. So, I was right. These models have interiors that look oh, one of the fragments flew upstairs. I'll need to use the pinball machine to flick myself up there. But... Doc!
There's no need to. Finally, a moment of peace. That's it. Pleasant moments of solitude are always fleeting.
Yeah, I've never heard his dialogue. Obviously, I never use him. I'm just giving out for free.
Thanks, Doc.
This will be annoying. This is gonna be damned annoying. Very
Time for resolution. Ha!
Watch your head. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it off.
I do believe. Like, I don't know if you can guarantee it's ult though.
So fragile, like a wisp of silk.
That's something I have to check because I never use him.
All life will reveal.
Hi, Oliver.
Spend freely.
Catch a dance? Ha!
Should have checked. But, hey. Tails on the other. Really? Hypnotic? Not hypnotic, but. Alright. Okay, so Ricada is actually going after Aaron. Yeah, you would think he would leave that alone. I believe, if you think I say this, if that's going to be annoying. It doesn't shock me that, yeah, that's kind of what I feared, though. It hit 1,000. Hey, see, I need to restock on Final Fantasy, but at least the collectors hit that. So, Jesus. But nah, collectors are been way too expensive. But yeah, that's what I had to actually order. Like, it's kind of strange how. I don't know. Sometimes, like, it really is sometimes strange how sets. But I could also eat crow in Final Fantasy and understand why the sets. But I'll be honest, it's probably one of the most overpriced sets in history. Strangely enough.
Bus. Or maybe I'll take it off.
And if we're trying to show Sunday's disdain for. Let's see. Ah, that's the bird. Good. See, part of this is just, it's a creepy city, okay? At the end of the day, it's just a creepy city that, in reality, they do a good job of it, but damn, it's just weird. But kind of the worst part about the Final Fantasy set, though, is will it hold value, really? Because that's the problem with it. So, like, it's kind of like, okay, so theoretically, the packs, I think even the basic ones, like, if you take the basic ones, see what basics. Actually, I'm kind of curious what basics are running at. Because that's the thing about the Final Fantasy set compared to others. It's actually highly popular. So, and the problem is, even though half the cards, and I think most of them are standard legal in a way, you got some that are like $4 ish. You got the ones that are $4. You got, but you also have. I don't know. It's like, I'm not gonna lie. As a set that it's actually hard to actually buy. Look, I have a hard time justifying buying boxes. I mean, in reality, you're going to have to look. If you get boxes at 120, you're going to deal with them.
It's a pity.
Yeah, only I believe.
Tell me about your
I don't have a plan.
Looks like sincere.
Am I not sincere? And I'll help him find the murderer.
On what basis?
Simple. That was just an excuse, good doctor. Moreover, I need to know her identity. If I'm lucky. But honestly, the murder. We'll see. Using if the chance of winning is just.
The charming audacity.
3 chips are enough. All.
It seems my puzzles are too effortless for you.
I appreciate your words.
Well, this isn't an invitation, but a summoning. Before we speak, I imagine this not.
Certainly.
Yes, the doctor has assured me of your. I have come to know you very well as a person, Mr. Aventurine. But there.
You don't look too well. Am I making. If not, then it means I'm on your.
If I wasn't mistaken, you'd just made a.
No, you weren't mistaken. For depravity is creeping in around you. There's no need for us to be evasive. Let's talk about your sister. Your sister's talent is unrivaled in the world of show business. As you know, her voice has been out of tune since she returned to Penacony. What's more disheartening, who could be responsible? Now your noble status has become a But don't worry. I'm on your side.
I'm immensely honored by your concern.
Well, naturally, you wouldn't.
The box in which the cornerstone is stored.
That's right.
Cornerstone. I've heard it's a treasured asset of the Strategic Investment Department. A sacred stone that seals the preservation emanator, granting significant power for an object so precious. It probably.
Well, I'm sure you're aware of the high level of risk I'll be.
Mr. Aventurine, when you're out and about, do you always make adjustments to your appearance? Your tie should be on the center line. Your shirt must not protrude.
Of course.
But I don't, because it's not appropriate to do so in public. I'm not the kind that takes risks. The cornerstone must be in the custody of the family.
No room for negotiation.
Please, don't.
Sure.
You compromised quicker than I thought. The fact that you can decisively forsake the box you asked for, what exactly is stored in it? Oh, triple-faced soul, please sear his tongue and palms with a hot iron, so that he will not be able to fabricate lies and make. Under the light of the harmony, all wickedness is revealed. I implore them to shed their light, and I'll ask you questions on their behalf. Next, you have 113 seconds to prove your innocence and gain my trust.
And if I refuse to answer.
You can try, and we'll see if the harmony rejects you. Question. Do you own a cornerstone?
Yes.
What a simple answer. You, too, understand that idle chatter leads only to poverty. Did you hand over the cornerstone to the family when you entered
go out of the way because it's kind of strange how, I guess, because he becomes a preservation emulator.
You swear that at this very moment, the Aventurine Stone.
Of course.
Look, open it, Mr. Aventurine. It's your last chance. Please. Are these what you're looking for? Since you came as promised, learned doctor, does this mean that you are willing to take the side of the family in this farce?
Someday actually a good villain.
I've heard you haven't enjoyed Mr. Aventurine's company. I also understand that you're an avid learner who sees the pursuit of knowledge above all.
In that case, you ought to realize that a competent scholar knows their position and wouldn't forsake more vital matters for the.
If you agree to assist the family, I'll share our research findings on the Stellaron. You must be quite aware that, besides the family, no other faction is willing to share such information.
Cut to the chase.
I need Mr.
Haven't you
But I've also heard the 10 elites in the Strategic Investment Department have united.
You'll have to speak more
The cornerstone.
You question whether he would entrust you with.
But you know that he's a crazed gambler. The more vocal he is about it, the more cautious I must be.
I never imagined someone would share his way of thinking. Honestly, you should see a shrink. Bring it. The box containing the cornerstone is unique, and only IPCC. Unfortunately, your guess is correct.
The Golden Stone.
This is the very ruse he intends to use to fool you. He won't reveal to you that the 10 Stonehearts chisel their own will into the cornerstones, granting them an unparalleled radiance. And this golden stone is also known as a topaz, not a venturine. And it belongs to Topaz. So, do you wish to confront him?
Not at the moment. I'm more interested to know the location of his cornerstone.
The safest place somewhere you'd never
show allegiance beneath the illumination of their grace. Yet you acted willfully, uttering nothing but falsehoods, transforming the consecration into a trial. I genuinely see no reason to absolve you from it.
Is this what the harmony represents? But is it built upon constraint and coercion?
You misunderstand, Mr. Aventurine. Punishment is meant for the irreverent. But I have seen your resilient spirit, and thus I offer you the possibility of a new beginning. Throughout these 17 system hours, you will be unable to escape the dreamscape or contact any of your companions. You only have 2 paths before you, and it all depends on whether you can complete my test within the time limit. Should you succeed, you will be able to coalesce into the harmony and be with your family. If you fail, you will suffer the wrath of the eternal centurion and fall into an abyss of doom.
Sounds like I'm gonna end up the same either way.
I indeed do need a servant to help me uncover the evil hidden in the family from an external perspective. I will purge the evil when the time comes. Compare your findings with mine. If both our findings align, or if you can provide me more insights, then they will truly be able to grant you mercy and honor.
Shameless hypocrites. You took everything from me and still demand the truth? That isn't fair. Your carnival reeks with the stench of cash. Nothing is achievable without it.
This is meant to be an act of personal virtue, not requiring the family's support. Your bag is over there. Do as you please. I believe you can trade this bag of worthless jewels for everything you need. That's what gamblers excel at, isn't it? Off you go, Mr. Aventurine. You?
This meeting isn't an interrogation or a negotiation. It's an outright execution.
Why would
Now when you get to this part,
Aventurine?
it's not.
I'm just wondering. By the way, before you go,
What is it now?
do you truly wish to bring about the destruction of this world?
Kakavasha! Where did you go?
I got it back, sister.
You went to look for them? That's too dangerous. It's just a necklace. It's neither food nor water. Poykin said I can't live without you, little brother.
Sister, don't be afraid.
One?
I made a bet with them. They suspected me of cheating, but I didn't.
Of course. But that's no reason to put...
I'm sorry, sister.
It is...
Curious story wise, because I have thoughts in it.
And poverty. You're a child. Listen to me.
Oh. But sister, if Gaiathra Triclops was really watching over us, then why did she not protect Dad when he... And where was Gaiathra Triclops' sister? Then how bad were our sins?
Excuse me. I can't seem to find any information on this artist in the Iris family archives. The photo...
Just as I thought.
Are you referring to the records? I apologize. The hotel does not...
Looks like nothing can be...
At least we know. Thank you for your assistance.
Fine? What does that mean?
Sure enough, no one knows about Miss Robin. I'm not surprised. But that Miss Fire, she's also in the running.
Is there any...
The memo keepers have the hacker girl from the stuff.
The Garden of Reco...
did she lose her stone?
I'll organize a meeting later to properly go over how this incident report should be written.
Miss Topaz?
Oh, long time no see, Astral Express crew. Aventurine. It's fine. Do as they ask and try to avoid any conflicts with the family. As you see, the IPC isn't very popular here on Penacony. Cordiality from the family is a mere facade. The former frontier prison has turned around and cuffed its shackles on the only Aventurine, who carries an invitation, is allowed to attend the banquet.
No wonder Aventurine's scrambling to part.
His situation?
Thank you, Miss Topaz.
Yep. They're tailing us right now. Why not go and talk to them? Little things. How does it feel to be in business? That's just his style. All or nothing. But Aventurine's luck has always been good.
Ugh.
As for the two cases,
We're carrying out our captain's orders.
We made a mistake last time, so that's it. Well,
So you know each other. That's right.
hey! What
That's...
Looks like they're not going to...
Why don't we just look...
I heard a big star is coming soon.
Huh. Oh. Here.
life forms inside the luggage. Running late again?
Well, shit. Alright. I think I could definitely probably finish off the coffee I have stored, but damn it. Nah, I do not. Chapter is this? Yes, this is why okay. This is why you do not let quests stack up. It's just really, really bad when it happens. And then you wind up like, what the fuck? Why are you still here? Yeah, and see, I still got the other one past here, though. You go stretch, and I'll be right back. That do not look right. It does not look right. The child skip does not look right. Know that it is. Anyways. Yeah, you can tell this is the older part of the game, though. But I do need to go do that. Alright. Okay, really. Yeah, I know, because Sunday's the main villain, so. Obviously. What is this one now? Anyways, listen, be right back at about 5 to 10, so. It's gonna be very interesting. I'm at least gonna get as far as I goddamn can. For that. But we got about another hour before the thing stops, but I was not expecting that last part to take that long. If I can get to Sunday, I gotta get to Sunday. A lot happier. Nah, you know what? Now that you mention it, it is doing that whole Dharma prison shit. Oh god. I think it is. Hold on. It's kind of doing that whole Dharma prison from, Jesus, that's from, another chest that hasn't been opened.
I want to make something with it. But what to make?
Such tight security. I bet they're stumped by the case as well. Gallagher.
Life is not so
Right.
as you wish. Catagons.
You know, honest.
Receive divinity.
If I just go a quick clear and I don't have to give a fuck right now, sure.
Nothing major.
Embrace a new life.
It's not a good idea.
May death protect us. As you wish.
The only thing that makes me really feel uncomfortable is her HP. Shit's too low. He's higher. Needs to be higher.
May wandering souls find their own way out.
Let's wait.
Who the fuck uses that? I just want to know who uses that. That's a strange one. I didn't think anyone used that. Ah. Huh.
Wait here. All lies be revealed.
I thought I explored all over here, but I'm guessing I did it in this part.
Embrace a new life.
Receive divinity. The dead return!
May death protect us! So fragile,
officer who dispatched us?
He'll do.
Sorry. Everyone, please.
We're really sorry for troubling you.
Another. Can you perform it again? Please?
Sorry. Everyone. Let me. Whoa. Time to clock out.
This clock.
At least he won't be getting in our way again.
I was wondering what all the commotion.
Hello, Mr. Gallagher, sir. Mr. Gallagher.
Of course I do. I had an encounter. I'm sorry.
This is also the reason.
The nameless involved.
Why?
It's nothing. No matter how much one resists.
Mr. Gallagher.
Oh, you got it wrong. I'm not. You want to discuss the case?
Hmm.
Even after that chilling, other than the family of
The family itself is a huge. Each member of the family sees themselves as.
Interesting analogy.
The human body has its limits.
That doesn't sound like the kind.
Just pointing out the facts.
Why do you say that?
The beautiful dream is crumbling. But not because of a particular eon, a particular faction, or a particular visitor. Its collapse stems from a certain. As people immerse their souls. Also, this necrosis will diffuse and spread. One piece of the puzzle's mutation.
In the end, the dreams. I'm sure you've.
Of course. Don't mind me.
Take your time.
That should do it.
The moment of daybreak.
Behind the dreamscapes, they say it will suffice. There I encountered a young, for certain reasons, her.
Gilded hour.
Yes. Everyone there is. I've never met anyone who. I don't know if they would open the vault door.
I hear the blue.
Perhaps Mr. Yang has heard. I ran into a wizened lady there. She in the humid sea breeze. Finally, finally we retreated to the beach.
The dreamscape of.
Then you all must have seen. I saw an Intellitron there. That Intellitron had been auctioned off a dozen times, and I participated in his 13th. That was the grandest banquet I had ever attended. This time around, there were no successful. This is what I've seen and heard. Someone once said to me, Penacony wasn't like this. I've traveled through the reality and dreamscape of the planet of festivities. Watched the tides of night rise and fall when time stopped for people. For the spirits of the rich, this is why I think the collapse of the beautiful dream.
There might be a way.
Perhaps.
Miss Acker? There was a man from my homeland who, at a time when the world was grappling, he wove together the dreams
It's this story.
in the world, linking people's dreamscapes, and shouldered this burden himself. Since that moment, they slumbered in a dream, devoid of disaster and pain, living out their days peacefully in the man's created utopia. And it is because of the wishes of those people who wished not to awaken that this spiritual Adam became.
And yet, you stand here right now. Which also means that man failed.
Because people must always move towards. And that man, he was never a failure. Like he was the sun. He ascended to heights uncharted, only to come face to face with the sun, a place not visited by anyone before. His wings would melt because of it, only for him to fall into the sea. And after that,
Wondering when I'd hit this story. Heard this one.
countless others.
time and time again, generation after generation.
See, they extended it, but this is explaining.
Attempting to touch its ceiling. All because the sun was there.
But they're also have this was also to explain the enumerators.
What if the last bird finally soars into the sky? Then why exactly?
It's the idea.
Long time no see. Having fun on Penacony?
This voice, it's not constant. Could it be?
Though I don't know exactly what you are, or what you're up, my bullets will find you. Until then, you best find a casket store on Penacony and ask the owner to reserve a good quality.
Imposter? Who are you?
Huh? Did I make a mistake?
I'm the Garden of Recollections.
Boot Hill.
I don't know what you're talking.
Are you asking me to write your will?
Not quite. I only want to ask, how exactly did she become? She's clearly not a path strider of the hunt, but you are, aren't you? Tell me.
Sure. Never thought I'd come across an ally. But, well, that lady's past. Well, nobody knows is an emanator who should not exist.
That's Boot Hill.
You look I thought this was exactly what you wanted. Just tell me if you can't hold up.
So, the genius of the Council of Mundanites wants to be my Undertaker now.
Yes. And I'm pretty sure the people at the Strategic Investment Department would love to be notified of your death in due time. But let's not forget, you won't be seen.
Great.
Remember what I said. You Sigonians are better off hiding in the sewers. Look at you, snooping around and sticking your nose everywhere. Is the smell of
Oh, it's you, masked fool. I should have guessed it. You're the imposter who appeared on TV after Robin's death, right?
I heard you got caught by the family. I gave you a clear clue. Befriend a mute. Simple and straightforward, you know? And what did you do? You messed it up and ended up as their prisoner. I told you to make friends with a mute, not become one yourself. You really let me down.
What do you mean?
You know better than I do. Who watched the little songbird that couldn't sing perish right before their eyes? You did, blonde.
No, I mean... What did you mean by becoming one myself?
Well, it means you'll soon end up like her, unable to speak ever again. But it's a good thing if you ask me, because...
Because I'm getting closer to the truth, right?
Oh?
Why else do you think I'm handing out cheap trinkets all over the streets, fool? All part of the act. Fool's bait. The more pathetic I seem, the more likely you'll come sniffing around.
Why should I help you?
Don't you want to see Penacony descend into... chaos? Well, I can make that happen. Did you really mean Robin?
And what if I say no?
Then I'll thank you. Oh, the word no has never sounded...
Well done. I admit I underestimated. Let me tell you something. There were two mutes, but one is dead now. And the other, though she is still in Penacony, I'm afraid you'll never find her again.
Now I'm completely sure that I was on the right track from the beginning and never strayed, fool. Right now, there are only two things missing from my grasp. The meaning behind the truth, and the means to expose it.
How impressive. That's quite a fancy way of saying I haven't learned
See,
yet.
Sparkle's an interesting character for real. Like, she's in this one.
Not
Really good in
exactly.
Honkai Impact.
I've gathered enough clues to prove its existence.
I never really got her here, though.
As for the answers to my questions, I'll find them within 17... no.
Oh, really? Only 16 system hours? Well, let me lend you a hand. Here you go. If you're really successful for the IPC to take over Honkai, blowing up the chessboard isn't a bad idea. Start from scratch. That's where the IPC excels, right? okay?
Huh. No narrative. There's never...
Oh, number 35.
Can a commodity code really be considered a lucky
Silence! I didn't give you permission. The guys in black didn't say much, so I've no idea what you did to save your skin in that mess. But I figured you must have had good luck. Your first task? No! Play a game.
You're insane.
Aren't you worried? I've got stacks on stacks, but you look good.
How much did you...
What?
My price.
Huh. You really want to know?
I'll take my chances. 30 tanba. If I come back alive, you'll give me 30...
Are you trying to strike a bet with me? Yeah, sorry, but you're just a chip. It's all or nothing.
Man. This is gonna be all...
Some friends from the old.
Oh, hi, Alcohol. This bar offers a wide variety of drinks, but we draw the line at soul glass. Why settle? What would you like to drink? I'll whip it up for you.
Oh, look! A lady has...
Who's Serval? Will you...
Oops!
Just spare them. I'm getting up there in age.
They're all under the counter. Since
That's exactly what I had in mind. The discussion might take quite some...
In the bar?
Why, we're in a dream, my lovely lady.
Oh, did you hear that?
Even in reality, mixing drink...
Only then can a perfect drink...
In other words, what you get...
Oh, you stupid piece. You. Who's...
May death protect us! Root here. Time for resolution. Ha!
Receive divinity.
As you wish. Embrace a new life.
What are you finding after?
May death protect us!
Uh...
That hurts a bit. The way is fraught with difficulties.
Oh god.
That hurts a bit. Root here. Dawned in splendor.
Oh, fuck off.
That hurts a bit. This head of demise.
Receive divinity. Repent.
Oh, so the doll can fucking... So the doll can fucking steal the heals.
As you wish. Embrace a new life. May death protect us!
Receive divinity.
That hurts a bit. Root here.
Receive divinity.
That hurts a bit. As you wish.
Repay.
Root here.
Oh, hell, you're retarded.
As you wish.
Oh my god. Bruh, it's like fucking... Jesus. There's like fucking 5 of those damn things? Oh, come on. You're gonna go... That is a...
Let's wait. Repay.
Catagons. Ha!
Nothing major.
Blade of moon.
Oh god, the fucking TVs. Those things gotta go.
Receive divinity.
Heal the other one? I mean, you heal the fuck. Ugh. These are definitely higher. Ugh.
Receive divinity. Repay.
Ow? What the fuck is the...
Receive divinity.
There's actually a trash can. Lord trash can down this area too. It's down the hallway sitting on the thing. How is it? Wow. This thing sucks. These enemies. I don't understand. I understand it, but damn it, dude. But 92s?
Receive divinity. Repay.
There's another wave of them. Wow. I'm actually to replace Tribute for this fight.
Receive divinity. Repay.
I don't like ask, cause the team. Grion don't. I went Sunday.
Receive divinity.
I'm gonna pull this off by sheer force because of Lu Chao. Jesus Christ. If he ever says he's not invaluable, you will never understand. This man is next to the most invaluable healer in the game. That passive heal per turn, oh god, that thing will murder you. Well, that's some shit. I mean, to go this many fucking turns? Oh my dear god. I guess one of the hardest I've done. Oh, and that's bullshit. All. Dude.
Receive divinity. Repay. The dead return.
I'm gonna have. Oh my dear god. What the fuck? Yes. As I said, those are those fucking trash cans. The Lord trash cans are just. Don't think there's words for them, but they. Like, that is. Bitches fucking mock you. Yeah, they can.
You chose the wrong enemy.
Alright.
Receive divinity.
I shall remember this.
You see?
I
I've
venture
returned.
forth to hunt. As you wish.
Stand down.
Blade of Moon. Show me what you can do. I'll give you 5 seconds.
I'll see you off.
Ready for death.
Fangs and claws got dull.
It cannot come to pass.
Don't worry, little Cass. Treevee is...
Ambush you.
That hurts a bit. Life is not so fragile. Root here.
Receive divinity.
Thank you.
Oh my god, I actually fucking did it. There should be an achievement for that. I'm not kidding. What's that mess? Like,
It's so glad. Let's give it a shake. Yeah. Why don't they sell so?
It's all about the bartender's pride. It wouldn't make sense for customers to come here and order drinks they could.
That's quite a stash. Not sure if it's enough.
Stay out of my way. I'm looking for Siobhan.
Huh? What's all the commotion about?
Haven't I made myself clear enough, Miss Amiki? The Dream Jolt hostelry only welcomes guests who want to enjoy a drink to their heart's content. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in your proposal.
But you have the talent. You'll attract a huge audience. You're destined for the Iris' stage. Come with me.
As you see, I
Fine.
just.
What's her deal?
Hey, can you do that clockwork trick of.
Yeah, I'm.
You're one of Siobhan's guests. I just don't.
Yep, just do.
Jet, why? Those darn Irish jerks! I. Well, maybe here's the payment for the drinks.
Amaki has left? That's good for her. When you're ready, go to get.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Check out this bottle. Half an amber. Ugh, drinking this stuff can't lead to anything. That's.
Did you find the bottle of syrup?
Ugh. Then. Can this. Oh, what should we exchange? Whoa! Happiness belongs.
Get the other one.
That being said, mix it. So go ahead.
Oh god, I was not expecting to have to do that damn Lord trash can.
You found some interest. Each drink has its own unique. You won't find it now that you've chosen the. Bright future. I'll never forget.
Mikhail.
Almost there. Let. The IPC's favorite. Well, it's done. Here's to you, dreams. To golden dreams.
Oh, the.
The richness and late. I'm not entirely sure what it all means.
Well, if you're the imagery it implies is pretty straightforward. It's just a glimpse.
Does this true taste?
Yeah.
Let's dig deeper into the case. All right. She managed to fool me, but here's the thing. We only received bad news. She simply vanished, leaving.
Huh?
That's impossible. Let me be frank.
Dealt with before.
You've witnessed Confronting the family based, if you really want to delve,
I guess it's time.
you're very perceptive.
There's a message.
Hey, what?
No, but
That's just our speculation.
now I can assure you that your the family is considered the watch. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever wondered why the family allowed the watchmaker to send out such a ridiculous message to the outside world?
So, you.
Well, now you understand why the Oak family authorized the Nameless to assist in the because the watchmaker is not the legend of the land of the dreams at all. He's the most shameful. You don't get it? Mikhail, the betrayer of the family, he's the watchmaker. Here we are.
Wait, aren't we supposed to be discussing the watchmaker?
The culture of a city reflects its history. You know that Penacony used to be the IPC's prison planet, right? All the prisoners were brought here. The prolonged exposure to high concentrations of memoria caused a unique phenomenon. But everything has a price. In Sweet Dream, he is Hanu, the great leader of dream. History is always written. These characters not only exist in dream.
There are so many members of the Bloodhound family around here.
They just received a lockdown order, supposedly from Sunday himself. Who knows what it's for?
Come on.
My friend, have we met before?
Other. I mean, some parts, but it's kind of more annoying than the other.
One, two. Not enough for us to share.
So many. We don't need to go in. Let's find a quiet spot. View here is great, right? Including Clocky.
If all the characters in the animation are based on. In the animation, he's.
It was a monument to war. Among them was the person who would eventually.
But if you do the math.
I'm not sure, but Mikhail was already the watchmaker when I met him. So maybe he inherited.
How old are you now?
I'm 13.
No way.
Hanunu freed the frontier prison, but peace still eluded him. With limited resources, threats from the outside world, it wasn't until the watchmaker.
Thus, he became known.
But didn't you say the watchmaker betrayed the family?
No, I'm not. But I am indeed a traitor. Not to.
What did you do?
I did not. Just like you, I had close companions. Mikhail was too old to protect his children anymore. So we left the family to find our
truly sorry for what happened.
Apparently, unfortunately, after. So, we will find the answer. If it really is Mikhail's ghost. I've told you all I know. How ironic.
Gallagher.
While Firefly's whereabouts remain a mystery. Exactly. That lines up with what we've gathered.
You're really.
Speaking of which, now that we've confirmed a lot of.
No.
Are your companions work?
They're just checking up on me. Looks like we're about to enter.
It's been a smooth ride.
Let's see if there's. Something feels off. Well, this door is open.
Just one moment. Light. I've made myself less noticeable. The crew can explain their presence as authorized by the family, but I can't come up with any
I see.
Stream 4.
You two will head to the nether realm. Who's here?
I'll see you off.
Uh-huh.
Free will. Open.
So we have to fucking do all this bullshit to get to him?
The model in the sand pit. It's the golden hour.
Maybe that's its answer. Use that model for discussing important matters. The footprints here are different from the rest. There are two sets of them.
Can you identify the people who...
Well, if I'm right, it could.
Aventurine.
It looks like they were walking side. The IPC is eager to.
Let's see.
Repay.
Still water. Uplift.
No?
Cherish this time. As you wish.
I venture forth to hunt.
Forever triumphant! Victory inevitable!
I weep for the
I
departed.
mean, would you?
It takes a fall. Destined for oblivion.
Who's here? Embrace a new life.
I don't get why they have this many steps. There's a problem.
Yeah, it's over already. Fast enough for you?
I guess.
Let's wait.
Stream 4. Well, there aren't any people in this mission.
Repay.
This is where it ends. Still water. Uplift. I weep for the departed. It takes a fall.
I wonder why I can't use mine. Oh, never mind. You know, if I could use mine, I'd probably be a lot better than this one's. So they're gonna get fucked over by Sunday too? I literally know Sunday becomes like the embodiment of preservation. That's why the boss is basically Sunday, like you.
Seems like it must have been a big problem.
But no matter what they're
So you're saying?
Yeah, but I don't know why.
Receive divinity.
See, as much as it is interesting to figure out why Sunday's trying to do shit, the steps to get there are very stupid.
That's half the work. Still waters split.
As you wish.
Receive divinity.
I'm gonna come through here because apparently it looks like the shit changed. If that's the case,
Stream force. Destined for oblivion.
Root here. Emerge from your cocoon.
Receive divinity.
Don't worry, it's just a start.
And return.
May death protect us.
I mean, technically, it's like Sunday's just making himself. It's about as suspicious as shit.
Wandering souls find their own way out.
must say this. Thing about going back through here, it is different. I mean, it's like solving a mystery backwards with different parts. Like, I don't know if they intend for it that way.
Let's wait and see. Receive divinity.
I shall remember this
Repay.
day.
The dead return.
Still waters uplift. As you wish.
Nothing major.
So here's the thing. If it's all this work just to get to something,
I weep for the departed.
I mean, I'm actually only in here just any chest or anything. And honestly,
Destined for oblivion.
Root here.
Bloom. Receive divinity. Repay. The dead return.
God.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Yeah, it's over already. Fast enough for you.
Since no one's around.
It's like solving a mystery kind of thing. Maybe you come to find out he offed his own sister. Yeah, these days intended therefore. A Discord lurking is tainted. Has tainted my voice. Oh.
As soon as I and the rest of the crew are
Robin,
meaning
if they're really.
that would it seems neither the Dream Master
They don't seem to.
maybe the other family.
Gambling, everything else.
Mr. Sunday has done some
They all seem to be
Huh?
what is it?
No, nothing. Maybe I'm just overthinking things.
Perhaps that's wise.
That's all for now.
Before coming here,
Watch out. Someone's approaching.
I don't think trespassing on forbidden areas is the Acheron. The galaxy.
our apologies, Mr. Sunday.
But even if there's no one to greet you, you should wait for the host, even without the famous Galaxy Ranger. As far as I know, the crew has officially accepted the family's commission, so coming here will be unnecessary for you.
On the contrary, that's exactly why we're here, to ask you about the case and gather more information.
Well, since you...
Rest assured, he hasn't figured.
While the truth remains a mystery, I'm getting close to it. I assure you.
Let's hope justice will. With all due respect, it's in the IPC's interest to wreak havoc before the Charmony Festival, and the family has every reason to suspect.
Well, other family heads however, I'll give you a suggestion regarding your suspicions, Mr. Yang. You should be more cautious of Aventurine. While the wicked can't break through high walls, they can plunge their evil dagger into... He's a businessman, not some philanthropist. But right now, he's out there handing out his wealth on the streets. And he went to the Clock Studios theme park while the family is dedicated to keeping our... You never know. What unexpected
You!
This fraud case has been linked to many departments with...
The case's main suspect originates from Sigonia 4 and is one of the survivors of the... As per Strategic Investment Department Head Diamond's sentiments, the IPC has appropriately relocated the suspect.
What pretty eyes. Tell me.
Well, if they did, I'd sell them in a...
You don't know how many people long for your eyes to be closed forever. No lawyer has the audacity to defend.
This is, I think, what's it, Jade?
You ought to represent yourself.
Not difficult.
You're pretty confident.
Ask and you shall receive. You wanted the perfect construction material. All I did... If your luck holds out, the IP...
I'll admit that.
Madam, I already have what I want.
Then let's talk about this.
My life. I want your Lenore...
And then what?
I want cash. It is that simple. With this money, I'll climb...
Interesting. A pity Diamond won't see. You're wrong. Flirty Tonbus. He'll give you that. Kakavasha. Go. Pick the clothes you like. May your schemes.
Life is... People can't always make the right... Is it because Gayatri... But... Even if I... Will I return... Never to return. What?
They're gonna talk to himself.